would later sue the franchisee that operated the Waffle House that both he and Sansere worked at. The matter of the suit was over negligent hiring practices. You know, your restaurant hired a crazy methed up tweaker with a criminal history, and they went on to fucking poison Brian with the same illegal substance that they were previously tried for. From what I can tell by reading online summaries pertaining to the civil case, Brian and his family prevailed in these legal efforts and managed to win an undisclosed settlement with the franchisee, hopefully providing them with some sort of financial recourse that could help in Brian's recovery. I'm uncertain of his status in current times. But whatever the case, I honestly struggle to think of an employee-on-employee battery case as insidious, disturbing, and seemingly unnecessary as this one was. Poisoning your coworker with meth for ostensibly no reason at all and getting 20+ years of time for it? I mean, of course something like this would transpire at a Waffle House. Where else would it happen? Yeah, we've discussed some truly unfortunate happenings thus far, but I want you at home to know that there's always something you can do if somebody does you dirty. Imagine this. It's a hard day at work, you get some fast food for lunch, take a bite into the burger.
Our mission is to protect people.
You ready?
That, as a matter of fact, took place about 20 minutes from where I live here in Nashville.
Leader, reporting the battle plan! First objective, eliminate central artillery! Then seize control of nuclear missile tower! Heavy factories on left flank! Once captured, our forces will gain armored support! Heavy factories on left flank! Once captured,
This is the
our
twisted
forces will
story
gain
of
armored
Travis
support!
Reinking,
Then we
the
push
Waffle
deep
House
into
shooter,
enemy lines,
and how a
break
brave
down that giant
Nashvilleian and
fortress,
Waffle House
target the weak
customer
points in
stopped
its
this
legs.
deadly
Report
assault
complete,
and
leader.
became a hero
We'll
in the
secure
process.
victory for the
Shattered
state.
glass, bullets, belongings of those who either died in the shooting or left them behind in the frenzy.
Let's meet the disturbed, Taylor Swift-obsessed criminal involved in this case.
I come back to the apartment here, and then that's the thing, is these people just magically show up, you know, and it's an art of deception, you know, they're doing this for some reason.
29-year-old Travis Reinking, a construction worker from Morton, Illinois, had been battling mental illness for most of his life. He suffered from severe schizophrenia, paranoia, and delusions. In addition, Travis was also known to have a strange obsession with pop singer Taylor Swift. Through these delusions, he switched back and forth to being convinced her and him were meant to be and that they were going to get married, while also claiming that the pop singer was after him and was hacking his phone. There would be incident reports made back in 2016 where Travis claimed that Taylor Swift had hacked his Netflix account and had told him to meet with her at Dairy Queen. Many such cases. He even claimed that he saw her at the Dairy Queen, but she ran off and disappeared. He even got in criminal trouble once for seemingly dressing like a combat-ready version of Taylor. On June 16, 2017, an employee of his father's business, J&J Cranes, had alerted the Tazewell County Sheriff's Office that he had observed Travis coming down from his apartment wearing a pink dress and holding a rifle. In the incident report, it stated that Ryan King yelled, quote, "Is this what you fucking want?" unquote. On the same day, another police department had also reported to a call from a public pool. There was a man that had barged into the pool area wearing a pink woman's house coat. He purportedly proceeded to dive into the pool and take off his coat, shouting to the lifeguards that he was, quote, a man, unquote, and then exposed his genitals to them. No arrest would be made, and you guessed it, that was Travis. Not sure if that last one was really Taylor related, but regardless, the guy was out of his mind. As a result of these and subsequent incidents with law enforcement, Travis would be visited by police who intended to confiscate a collection of guns that he had. And police almost got these guns. However, Jeffrey Reinking, Travis's dad, struck a deal with the cops, saying he'd watch over the guns and keep them from Travis. Police reluctantly agreed to do so, and this decision would turn out to be a costly mistake, as Jeff later returned the guns to his son. This note will become important shortly. Let's fast forward a bit into the fall of 2017. The Taylor Swift-obsessed Travis Reinking would move from Illinois to Nashville, Tennessee, and sought out employment as a crane operator and construction worker. Things went smoothly in Nashville for a bit, but as months passed, his mental health began to rapidly deteriorate. In Nashville, Travis became increasingly paranoid, and his schizophrenia symptoms were apparently not being managed at all. In addition to thinking Taylor Swift was after him, Travis also believed the government was spying on him and out to harm him. The guy effectively thought he was being gang-stalked. At rock bottom of his mental state, Travis had stopped showing up to work and spent his days in complete isolation and delusion. Court transcripts described Travis at this time as believing God had commanded him to kill government agents. And that brings us to a bizarre criminal outbreak from this man that shattered the Antioch, Tennessee community. On April 17, 2018, Travis would steal a 2018 BMW X6 sedan from the Mallory Lane BMW dealership in Brentwood, Tennessee, after posing as a customer. Metro Police later tracked the stolen vehicle to Travis's apartment complex, but it was unoccupied at the time. The detectives were at this point processing the vehicle for fingerprints, trying to figure out who had taken it. In all reality, they were just a couple of days away from having solid proof that the guy was a car thief and would be able to arrest him. But that's not the timeline we're living in. Travis Reinking was never arrested for the car theft. As before he could be, he went on to commit something far more reprehensible. In the early hours of April 22, 2018, Travis Reinking, his mind riddled with paranoia, made the decision to perpetrate an act that would go beyond redemption. He armed himself with an AR-15 style rifle, one of the rifles that had been taken from him and given back by his father. He was wearing nothing but a loose-fitting denim jacket and descended upon the Waffle House in Antioch. Arriving in what has been described as a pickup truck, he got out at 3:23 a.m. and made his way into the parking lot, where he opened fire, fatally shooting 2 customers outside the restaurant, and then he entered the Waffle House and continued his assault. Travis shot and killed another victim and fatally injured a 4th, including a 29-year-old AT&T technician and Nashville, Tennessee native, James Shaw Jr., who had suffered a grazing injury from one of the bullets as he was hiding behind the door. But it was James Shaw Jr. that would step up in a great moment of peril. That guy decided that in this moment, he wasn't going to be a victim, and he would flip this seemingly unwinnable predicament on its head. As Travis halted his gunfire briefly to reload, Shaw saw his opportunity and rushed the shooter, slamming the sturdy Waffle House door into him and wresting the rifle away from Reinking. In the scuffle, Travis lost his green jacket and was left completely naked as the two fought outside the restaurant. Shaw's hand was blistered and burnt from grabbing the gun. Travis was able to squirm away from Shaw's grip, and now unarmed and unclothed, he fled the scene. In total, there were 4 fatalities: 23-year-old Aquila De Silva, 21-year-old DeEbony Groves, 29-year-old Torian Sanderlin, and 20-year-old Joe Perez. Travis would go on the run and was later captured 34 hours after the shooting on April 23, 2018. After a tip from a caller came in who had spotted him entering a wooded area within the vicinity of the Waffle House. The Waffle House gunman had finally been busted. James Shaw Jr. was hailed as a hero for his efforts in saving lives on this day, and was later given a standing ovation by Tennessee lawmakers. As if he hadn't already done enough, Travis Shaw went on to selflessly raise $227,000 for the other shooting victims in a GoFundMe. Tennessee State University, Shaw's alma mater, would also set up a scholarship in his name, and the man is now a local legend. But what would be the fate of this now infamous villain? After his arrest, Travis Reinking would be charged with 4 counts of criminal homicide, though he was found incompetent to stand trial initially. Later on, though, in October of 2018, that ruling was reversed. Reinking would plead not guilty by reason of insanity. On February 4, 2022, he was found guilty on all counts and was sentenced to life in prison without parole. It still remains somewhat unclear as to why Travis targeted a Waffle House full of innocent people. It seems to be that this was a crime of opportunity, with Travis being completely delusional, full of rage, and wanting to take out those he thought were surveilling him. Waffle House is open 24/7, and at that time when he went to commit the violence at 3 a.m., well, it just so happened to be full of people at that time when he was mad. It's not the most concrete explanation, I know, but the motives are never really all that put together for people like Travis. The families of the victims would also file civil actions on not just Travis, but Travis' father, Jeffrey, and they would be awarded $212 million. Travis's father, Jeffrey, would be criminally charged with unlawful delivery of a firearm due to him returning the weapons to his son. Jeffrey's defense would argue that he had no notion of his son's mental illness. He would later plead guilty in May of 2022 and was sentenced to 18 months in prison. After finishing his sentence, Jeffrey would attempt to appeal in 2024, but that motion was denied. The Kid Rock Waffle House brawl.
They just keep rewarding me for what seems like bad behavior.
If we're being honest, perhaps second to Jelly Roll, I could think of no other celebrity more likely to have been arrested at a Waffle House than Kid Rock. And that's exactly what happened almost 20 years ago in 2007. It all begins around 5 a.m. at a Waffle House in DeKalb County, Georgia. Kid Rock had just left Atlanta after performing at the Tabernacle and stopped at the cafe with his entourage. Everyone, including Kid Rock, was plastered drunk. Some in his group that morning included his personal assistant, James Murphy, executive assistant, Brian Lund, and his guitarist, Jason Krause. The celebrity Waffle House visit was great initially, with everyone in good spirits after the show and, their buzz from hitting the bars. Kid Rock, the man of the hour, acted as a magnanimous benefactor while him and his crew dined and supposedly tipped each worker $300 each. Kid Rock was buying everybody inside the place breakfast too. But then someone talks to a girl that they weren't supposed to. A male customer named Harlan Atkins, who was sitting at a nearby booth, reportedly began rizzing up one of the females in Kid Rock's crew. The advances purportedly were unwanted. Kid Rock later claimed that he tried to peacefully ask the guy to stop harrying the girl. But the guy took it as the celebrity trying to big league him and got pissed off. This turned into a confrontation of sorts and would spawn a now infamous Waffle House brawl. Surveillance footage shows Kid Rock and 5 of his entourage approach the customer as the guy gets up but is quickly shoved back down, prompting a physical altercation. Kid Rock can be seen hurling himself over and attacking the pissed-off patron as the fight sprawls out across the Waffle House and moves towards the exit like a fucking Looney Tunes fight. The fight was reported to have gone from inside of the restaurant to outside of it. And at some point, the customer that they're trying to beat up purportedly punched out one of the Waffle House's windows in a fit of rage. After the scuffle was broken up, Kid Rock would leave in his tour bus, only to be stopped by a police officer around a mile from the Waffle House. He and 5 of his entourage members would soon be taken into custody on misdemeanor charges of simple battery. Harlan Atkins, the guy who got beat up by Rock and Company, was treated at a hospital for cuts and bruises. He would also be arrested and charged with felony criminal damage to property. Kid Rock would later be released from the county jail on bond at 5 p.m. that day. And news of the bizarre Waffle House brawl spread around like wildfire. It was on brand for Kid Rock and actually somewhat helped his career at the time. The day after this incident, Kid Rock's album that was out at the time, Rock and Roll Jesus, would go #1 on the charts, his only album to ever do so. He would go on to further spin this crime into a positive thing for himself. Later, on March 11, 2008, he went to a different Waffle House in a similar area in DeKalb County and basically set up a meet and greet where people could pay money to take pictures and get autographs. And that money raised was said to have gone to a local abuse shelter. So what about the legal side of things, though? As Kid Rock's legal team went back and forth with prosecutors, it was reported that he had considered actually going to court and fighting the charges, where he felt like he wasn't in the wrong in his situation. But in the end, he decided to take a plea deal and pled no contest to one charge. And on July 21st, 2008, Kid Rock was sentenced to a year of probation plus $1,000 in fines, as well as 6 hours of anger management counseling and 80 hours of community service. The entourage would receive similar sentences, though 3 of the 5 charges would be dropped, as it seemed after viewing the videotape of the surveillance, they weren't actually really involved in the fighting. They were just, but that would not be the end of things. Kid Rock would have to return to court, this time in a civil suit from Harlan Atkins. He claimed in his lawsuit that Kid Rock and members of his group beat him up and smashed his cell phone for no reason. In this lawsuit, Atkins was seeking $6,000 in medical fees and an unspecified amount in punitive damages. The lawsuit would go to trial, and on September 17, 2010, an Atlanta jury awarded Harlan $40,000 in compensatory damages. The $6,000 was granted for medical expenses, and $700 was tacked onto that for the market value of the cell phone. That's right, my friends. Waffle House is indeed a PvP zone that even celebrities find themselves influenced by. Though, if we're being honest, I think Kid Rock would probably pick a fight in a Golden Corral if he had to. I don't think the venue matters too much with this guy. And well, you made it to the end of the video. Let me know about your crazy Waffle House experiences down below in the comment section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web served out. Peace. Ring security cameras have bestowed the internet with some of the most bizarre viral videos out there. From clips showing chaotic neighborhood activity to chilling nighttime visits by unknown figures, it's unbelievable what's being caught on these devices every day. While most Ring recordings are uploaded for the amusement of you and I online, there are some Ring videos that have far more serious implications, as on occasion, Ring footage has captured some rather disturbing crimes committed by society's most deranged. Crimes that have since been solved thanks to the videos themselves and the assistance of law enforcement and internet detectives. From a handcuffed victim escaping capture caught on camera, to burglars going undercover as delivery drivers, to a mass murderer's arrest caught in 4K on a Ring device, these are the Ring camera crimes. Today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt, the debt relief experts. With the cost of living near all-time highs and interest rates spiking, it's becoming more after extremely disturbing threats issued by him were caught on Ring. 19-year-old Dominic Austin had apparently been making an Oregon apartment complex a living hell for the local tenants. Dominic, also a tenant in the apartment complex, went on a complete rampage in the summer of 2023. The man caught repeatedly approaching a door with a knife in hand while issuing ominous threats to the tenants inside.
I'm about to get murdered. Call the cops.
The victims of this story knew Brittany Smith and her elderly mother had been some of the prime subjects for Dominic's wrath, facing harassment and abuse from this guy beginning in June of 2023. Dominic's crazed visits would feature an assortment of vulgarities and slurs. At one point, the man even threatened to sexually assault and kill them.
Further strengthen your power.
Later, we've secured our first decisive victory.
As a result of this and other incidents, New Brittany would contact authorities and report this guy. After alerting authorities, she filed for a restraining order against Austin. But even with a legal order protecting her, the man's fury couldn't be contained. Austin would continue his unhinged visits to New Brittany's door, engaging in menacing and brutal harassment, violating the stalking order 2 separate times. Each of Austin's cantankerous and horrifically bitter tantrums were observed by a Ring camera and were reported to police each time. These recordings showcase the man's increasingly bizarre and disturbing behavior. Finally, in September of 2023, Dominic Austin was notified by the Landings at Morrison Apartments, the location that all of this harassment had been taking place at, that he was being thrown out of the complex. And what do you think happened when Dominic was told that he was kicked out? He just turned up his harassment even more. Feeling as if they had gone through every option legally and with law enforcement, the tenants that Dominic had harassed had no other choice but to upload the Ring videos of this disturbed man online. Social media caught a glimpse of these insane videos and urged local authorities to actually do something about the man. And after public pressure, law enforcement in the area would finally step in. Dominic Austin was arrested on September 20th of 2023 and given 10 charges related to violating a protective order and 1 count of menacing, which is a felony. Upon his arrest, it was revealed that the man had another stalking order filed against him on August 23rd, which was obviously violated as well. In the wake of the social media support, New Brittany would post a GoFundMe in which she asked for money to get her mother out of the complex and into another residence. And within a day, she was able to raise $10,000 to this cause. She also retained an attorney, citing that the apartment complex failed to protect their tenants and continuously allowed a pattern of abuse from Austin. Quote, "I was failed by the system and the landings at the Morrison. I don't feel safe because he's in jail today. I don't know what tomorrow is going to be. He could be released at any time. Then what happens next?" On social media, the local police were also accused of negligence for not stepping in earlier. Under pressure, they would issue a response. Quote, "We are aware of the terrible conduct of the suspect in this case, including statements that indicate the motivation for the crime is hate or bias. We share in our community's concern and appreciate the unique impact bias crimes in particular have on victims. Although the suspect has been arrested and is currently in custody, the investigation is continuing. We are working with the district attorney's office to ensure the suspect is charged with the appropriate crimes." And with that said, Austin was further indicted by a grand jury on 33 charges. 3 counts of attempted burglary in the first degree, 4 counts of unlawful use of a weapon, 13 counts of menacing, 3 counts of bias crime in the second degree, 10 counts of violating a court stalking protective order. As a result of this incident, Dominic Austin was jailed at the Multnomah County Jail and held on a $20,000 bond. On the evening of July 21st, 2021, an unsettling event was captured on camera by a Ring home security device in Las Vegas, Nevada. It was an event that had the lone woman inside this home fearing for her life and the internet hunting for the man responsible for the scare. This is the story of Are You Sure?
What? Are you sure? Are you sure?
At approximately 8:19 p.m., a tall bearded man was caught on camera approaching the door of a South 6th Street home only a short distance away from downtown Las Vegas. The unexpected visitor walks up to the door and presses the Ring doorbell, alerting the lone female occupant of the residence to his presence. Not recognizing who this visitor was after checking the Ring app, she goes up to the door and sort of investigates, and after confirming that she doesn't know who this stranger is, she does her best to ignore the man, hoping he'll eventually go away.
Are you sure? I just rang your doorbell.
While seemingly pleasant and cordial at first, the longer the footage rolls on, the more you can tell there's some screws loose with this guy, as his demeanor and speech suggested that he might have been high on drugs or just was downright crazy.
Are you sure? I just rang your doorbell because I have a couple questions for you. Are you sure? I just rang your doorbell because I have a couple questions for you.
And the man continues to repeat the phrase, "Are you sure?" over and over again in this really creepy way.
Are you sure? I just rang your doorbell because I have a couple questions.
Labor begins.
Are you sure?
Beginning assigned duties.
What? Are you sure?
Armor ready!
Are you sure?
Around this time, likely panicked by this persistent creep at her front door, the woman inside the home had apparently contacted her husband. Unfortunately, this man was at work during the time of this horrific visit, but that being said, he would hop on the Ring camera audio feed himself and attempt to dismiss the deranged visitor. And his attempt at doing so would cause this stranger to reveal the truly horrific intentions that he had for visiting this house.
So who are you?
What? Yeah? Are you sure?
Who are you?
Hey, I just had a couple questions. Yeah, can you hear me? Okay.
You got
bia True Boss, cơ hội trúng thưởng lên đến 435 triệu đồng. Người dưới 18 tuổi không được uống rượu bia. True Boss.
Yeah, I don't think this guy could have been any more clear in regard to why he was there. Thankfully, though, after this chilling confession, the unhinged lunatic abruptly walks away from the door and leaves the property, all while repeating his signature "Are you sure?" mantra. This harrowing ring camera footage was later uploaded to Facebook by the family, and it would go viral, unsurprisingly, due to its shocking content. National media would also discover the video and upload it to their respective YouTube channels, urging the public to help identify and report the man to authorities. In the meantime, on the ground in Las Vegas, there were many among the public that were on the lookout for this bearded stranger, whose identity was a complete mystery at the time. And the public's concern is certainly warranted in this situation. I mean, you heard what his intentions were for visiting that house. Hell, if he goes to another house and their door's unlocked or something, it's over. This dude needed to be taken off the streets and fast. Some locals would even come forward claiming that they had a similar experience with a man matching the description of our bearded creep, which certainly insinuated that he had a serial habit of perpetrating this behavior. With many in the Vegas community remaining vigilant for this man, he would eventually be caught by authorities. About a week after the 6th Street incident, this individual was identified as 40-year-old Christopher Sums, a California resident who had been visiting Las Vegas for an unspecified purpose for some time. When the Las Vegas police found and confronted Christopher Sums, the man initially refused to identify himself and referred to himself as the, quote, Holy Spirit. Sums would eventually be arrested and charged with aggravated stalking, coercing with threats of force, attempted burglary, and providing a false statement to a police officer. Law enforcement would later discover that Christopher was a wanted fugitive in California, and on July 27th of 2021, it was decided that Sums would be held without bail due to his fugitive status of the justice system. On July 29th, 2021, Christopher Sums would finally appear virtually in court. A judge would order him to complete a competency evaluation before his next hearing. On August 20th of 2021, the judge ruled that Sums was not competent to stand trial, and he was transferred so that he could receive further treatment to become fit for trial. A process that can unfortunately take a great deal of time. Once Christopher Sums is ruled competent to stand trial, he will face justice. But at the time of me recording this video, it appears the man has yet to go to trial. Whatever the result of this case is, it's certainly good that this individual is off the streets for the time being. What few of you likely remember in the wake of mass murderer Darrell Brooks's criminal trial is the fact that his arrest was actually captured on ring camera footage because he was arrested in front of some random guy's house trying to order an Uber. This is the story of Darrell Brooks's last visit.
I'm a grown man with grown kids. Ain't nobody gonna talk to me like that. Nobody.
All right, I need to take a break. This man right now is having a stare down with me. It's very disrespectful. He pounded his fist. Frankly, it makes me scared.
For those of you unaware, Darrell Brooks is a mass killer that drove a vehicle through a Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin. And while he has an expansive criminal history, I won't bore you with those details as it could take an entire video to explain all of it. But for the sake of this telling, we'll begin with what led up to his parade rampage and his fateful arrest in front of a ring camera. On November 21st of 2021, Darrell Brooks reportedly got into a domestic dispute that resulted in police being called to the scene. Apparently, before police arrived to this location, Darrell Brooks would hop in his red 2010 Ford Escape SUV and flee the scene before they could arrive. While he was escaping the police presence, Darrell Brooks found himself near the Waukesha Christmas parade. At around 4:39 p.m., 39-year-old Darrell Brooks arrived at the location of the parade and decided that in his haste, it was appropriate to smash through the attendees of this parade to get where he needed to go faster. The parade itself was live streamed and many captured his rampage on footage. Mr. Brooks barreled his vehicle through the crowd. There were a total of 6 fatalities, including an 8-year-old child. 62 other individuals were injured as a result of this sadistic catastrophe. Darrell Brooks would eventually escape the area, and at some point his vehicle would become disabled and he went on foot. It would be at this time that Darrell Brooks would walk up to the home of a Waukesha resident and press their ring camera device. The footage of this incident showcases the wanted murderer approaching the front door and begging the resident to call him an Uber.
Hey, I called an Uber, and I'm supposed to be
Surveillance in progress. Based on
please.
This homeowner would actually even let Darrell come
Surveillance
inside
in
to charge
progress.
his phone and even reportedly gave him a sandwich. However, after some time, he started noticing police cars going up and down the road and got nervous and suspected that perhaps Darrell was a wanted man and told him to get the fuck out of the house. Surprisingly, Darrell would agree to do so. After the homeowner walked Darrell out to his front yard, a neighbor asked if the police were looking for the guy, and moments later, after Darrell was forced outside the home, that's when police would identify him and he was swarmed and arrested. The entire event being captured on some random guy's ring device. There's no sense of me going through the batshit insanity that was Darrell Brooks's trial.
So let's be accurate on the record since you think you know so much.
Once
So
again,
we can
Mr.
open the
Brooks
door
is
on
being
we can
loud,
open the door on how old she told you she was when we met.
interrupting.
I'm sure many of you are aware of some of the highlights from this thing. On October 26th of 2022, Darrell Brooks was eventually found guilty of 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. The man was sentenced to serve 6 life sentences without the chance of parole. I found it rather prudent to include the Darrell Brooks arrest in this video because as far as I'm concerned, this is the only time the arrest of a mass murderer has been captured by a ring device.
Contact. Unlicensed targets ahead. Correction complete. All weapons
It likely
on the marked
comes to
target.
no surprise to you viewers that what some on the internet have labeled as a crazy Karen has made it into this video. This is the story of Judy Klein, the Karen caught on ring camera harassing a Hispanic family with racist visits. In St. Louis, Missouri, for over a year, Judy Klein would appear at the front door of the Suarez family, repeatedly visiting them, allegedly stealing their mail, hurling slurs and insults, and making vicious threats towards the Hispanic family. A ring camera recording taken on January 5th of 2022 would capture the cantankerous Karen as she continued to disparage the family.
I'm coming back.
Target removed.
Get out! It's my home! American citizen! Ain't gonna do
Judy Klein's antics would allegedly go as far as the woman breaking into the family's basement and destroying parts of their dryer and laundry equipment. On the particular day of this alleged incident, the woman was arrested and charged with aggravated burglary and first-degree property damage. However, it appears the case was later dropped. And with Klein no longer facing these charges, her harassment of the family would continue. After being released, Judy Klein would allegedly return to the residence on numerous occasions throughout the year. Suarez alleged the woman of stealing mail, and Judy was caught on camera calling them illegals.
Get out! You're a bunch of illegals! You don't belong on American property!
Judy even claimed that the Hispanic residents of the property were responsible for 9/11.
Do you have something to do with 9/11, Jack?
Similar to the case of Dominic Austin, the police and the court system were failing this family. So Fatima Suarez, one of the residents of this household, would turn to social media for help. Fatima Suarez would go on to post videos showcasing Judy's visits to their home on TikTok. And this insane footage would go viral. With pressure mounting from social media, police would then take the matter more seriously. And thankfully, Judy would be given some charges that stuck. Judy was hit with first-degree burglary, first-degree property damage, and unlawful use of a weapon. She was then taken to a mental facility for psychiatric treatment. The Suarez family would go on to get an order of protection to keep the woman from ever returning to their property. This protection order is valid through February 14th of 2024 and establishes that Judy Klein cannot be within 300 feet of the Suarez household. In addition to the crimes mentioned previously, Judy would also later be indicted in a civil rights hate crime suit for interference with the right to fair housing on May 10th of 2023. This case is still ongoing. This next story involves a chilling Ring camera video that was captured in the middle of the night, showcasing an apparently escaped woman in handcuffs pleading for help. At a Montgomery County, Texas home in 2018, a woman at about 3:20 in the morning. While homeowner visited this, when combined with her frightened demeanor, it appeared as if she had just escaped a kidnapping or was perhaps a sex trafficking victim that had gotten loose. The woman looked completely terrified. She was also barefoot and apparently had no pants on. It looked like she had just gotten out of a pretty dire situation, to say the least. After ringing Jenny's doorbell, the visitor's eyes darted towards the street as if she was concerned that she was being followed. After a short time, realizing that the homeowner wasn't going to answer the door, she vanished back into the night. A little bit later, another resident of the home would answer the door, but this mysterious visitor had completely disappeared and was nowhere to be found. In the morning, after waking up, Jenny reviewed the footage and was stricken with fear and regret that she wasn't awake to help the woman out. But she still wanted to do the best she could after the fact to figure out what happened. Wanting to help this poor woman, Jenny talked to a few of her friends as well as some of her neighbors, and after consulting with these individuals, a decision was made to post the Ring camera footage online to raise awareness. And due to the bizarre and unsettling nature of this footage, it would go absolutely viral, getting millions of views in a matter of days. Local Texas authorities also started to look into the case and search for clues as to who this woman could possibly be and who or what exactly she was running from. Early efforts from law enforcement in identifying or making sense of the story were fruitless. Meanwhile, online, thousands of internet sleuths would take a crack at the mystery, spinning their own narratives and explanations for the visit. Jenny commented on these internet sleuths, saying,
"Everybody thinks they can solve a crime. There was even a Facebook group made called Sunrise Ranch Mystery Girl, and it was just people speculating on what was happening, and there was literally an 8-second video, and they've come to all correction complete.
A large bulk of these theories that Jenny is referring to are individuals online who believe that this mysterious woman was an escaped sex trafficker who had escaped capture and was seeking refuge. Eventually, though, some leads would come in, and the mystery of what led up to this handcuffed woman visiting Jenny's residence started to make sense. And that's because, well, the woman herself would come forward. Several days after Jenny's footage was posted to the internet, law enforcement authorities were actually contacted by a woman identified as Lauren. And turns out this Lauren girl was the woman in the Ring camera footage. Lauren would explain to police that the individual she was running from was her then boyfriend, 49-year-old Dennis Ray Collins. Lauren lived with Collins, and on the night of the incident, it appeared the man had placed her in bondage cuffs. After speaking with Lauren, the police determined that she had likely been sexually assaulted. When they learned of this, the cops would make an attempt to find and arrest Mr. Collins. They first visited the residence that both Lauren and Ray Collins lived at, but it appeared the man had vacated after Lauren came forward as the Ring camera girl. The fate of this man would be revealed, though, in short time, as days later, at another residence, Lauren's boyfriend, 49-year-old Dennis Ray Collins, was found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound in an apparent suicide. So the mystery had been solved. Folks online rejoiced when they discovered that Lauren was safe, but curiously, the woman herself has somewhat of a conflicted view of this entire incident. Even going on record in the media and forgiving the man. Quote, "I forgave Dennis long before he was gone and loved him. I know he too forgave and loved me. People would like to paint Dennis or myself as entirely good or entirely evil, light or dark. Every human has both of these inside. It's important to note that Dennis Ray Collins had a prior history of sexual assault. The man pleaded guilty to sexually abusing a woman in the year 2000 in a completely unrelated case. In a Ring camera mystery that
Correction
captivated
complete.
the internet, that was the story of the handcuffed woman. Law enforcement impersonators have been a common theme here on the channel in the last year or so, and the trend continues with Jeff Rushmore, a 19-year-old police impersonator who got caught on a Ring camera in 4K. On the night of June 3rd of 2019, in a West Chicago suburb, a young man dressed as a police detective approached the home of Frank Panseca. The would-be detective rang the doorbell, and sometime later, Frank answers. The officer introduces himself as Jeff Rushmore, an investigator for the Winfield Police Department.
Hi, sorry about the delay. I'm an investigator.
The young detective then tells Frank that somebody had gone missing in the neighborhood and he was investigating the case.
When your neighbor is down the street, order him to.
It's important to note that this detective makes no effort to come into the house, or nor does he make any sort of overt threat. It just appears that he's, on official legit business. It seemed like he was genuinely trying to solve a crime. Turns out this wouldn't be the only house that the youthful investigator approached, as he also tried knocking on another door in the neighborhood, however nobody came to answer it.
Can you open the door? 26 I got you en route. No start, Mr. Case, my one, and it'd be the sixth person.
Contact! Unlicensed targets ahead!
Compliance will be!
640 George, individual not answering the door.
Age aside though, Ring camera footage capturing Agent Rushmore certainly portrayed him as a legit detective. For one, he carried a prominent police badge that he would flash to cameras as he visited. He also had some sort of walkie-talkie police scanner device that continuously was spouting out police scanner chatter, which added to the legitimacy of his presence, I guess. And when this agent went to a home and no one answered the door, he would take out his cell phone and relay to his apparent superiors that the homeowner wasn't present. But after several nights of doing this, turns out there were other people in this neighborhood who were like Frank and felt that something was off about this guy. He was just too young. People began reporting this youthful detective to the Wheaton Police Department, and they started their own investigation. Police would get their hands on some of the Ring camera footage and strangely found that the young man didn't threaten or try to enter any of the residences as you might expect. It almost seemed like he was simply role-playing or something for his own amusement. Police would confirm that there was certainly no Agent Rushmore, but they also didn't really notice anything overtly concerning outside of the fact that he was an impersonator. Like, they didn't think he was trying to burgle people. Regardless, they wanted him to stop. The police would author this tweet urging the public to be on the lookout for Rushmore. Wheaton police are investigating reports of this individual impersonating a police officer / detective on June 3rd and 4th. These images show the suspect Wheaton police are seeking, a white male in his 20s displaying a badge. Anyone with info should call Lieutenant Cooley. Here are an actual Wheaton Police Detective Shield and Wheaton Police Star for reference. Wheaton police officers / detectives will always identify themselves by uniform or credentials. Residents may call the police department to verify an officer's identity. On June 5th, after a tip, police would catch up with Jeff Rushmore and make an arrest. It turns out this was actually something of a conspiracy and there were many fake agents involved in Rushmore's activities. Update. 12:55 p.m. on June 6th of 2019, Wheaton Police Department has 3 suspects in custody, including the individual who is approaching homes and impersonating an officer. The investigation continues as a 4th person may have been involved. Charges will be announced shortly and we will update at that time. Turns out Agent Rushmore had a lot of help. Investigator Jeff Rushmore was actually 19-year-old Thomas Cozy, and he was arrested alongside 19-year-old Luke Halstead, 19-year-old Corey Abendroth, and 22-year-old Kong Down. All were arrested and charged with false impersonation of a police officer. As mentioned previously, Thomas Cozy was the one responsible for portraying the ruse of an officer. The role of the other 3 individuals was to perform surveillance from a getaway vehicle that was parked near the houses that Thomas was visiting. What's curious about this case is that it's never been explicitly stated that these men attempted to burgle the homes they visited under the ruse of being detectives. And so I go back to what I said earlier, it almost seems like these guys were just really stupid and thought it was fun to just roleplay as detectives. The apparent ringleader of the operation, Thomas Cozy, his bail was set at $35,000. His accused henchmen had lower bonds. This case has since been closed and I'm unable to ascertain the specific punishments that these boys received. A disturbing footnote to this story is that in October of 2023, now 23-year-old Thomas Cozy has reportedly been arrested for allegedly sexually abusing a 15-year-old girl. The man was charged with third-degree sexual abuse, which is a Class C felony and has been ordered to not have any contact with the victim. He was placed in jail and held on a $10,000 bond. Our next story details the curious case of Tracy Lynn Allen, a woman who went door to door claiming she was a member of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. While many in the neighborhood assumed that she was nothing more than a local crackhead, the woman assured that she was legit. Tracy Lynn Allen, a 54-year-old woman from Dallas, Georgia, decided to parade through the Falcon Shore neighborhood on March 10th of 2023. It was a neighborhood that she knew all too well, as she had been previously given criminal charges for trespassing there back in 2018. Tracy would go door to door and speak with families that answered.
Here. Okay, if you do know who they are, let them know Tracy Allen with the GBI is looking for him.
One family that was visited by Tracy said that they spotted a gun holster within her waistband and thought that she may have been carrying.
In the front of her waistband of her pants, she had what appears to be a gun holster.
Other videos from Tracy's bizarre visits would often show her holding a cell phone like she was recording some conversation. One neighbor said, quote, "It's strange. She had her phone out too, like she was ready to record something. It just felt weird. It's creepy to the extent someone would go." Tracy Allen's suspicious activity would be reported to police and they would track her down and make an arrest. The woman was arrested and booked for the felony charge of impersonating a public official or employee, willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer, and criminal trespassing. The woman was booked in Cobb County Adult Detention Center with a bond just under $3,000. Records indicate that she's currently still in confinement. With these charges, in my opinion, it appears that after police performed an investigation, they determined that she was trying to get into people's houses under the premise of her being some sort of agent. But I can't confirm this, but that's just what it sounds like. That was the story of Tracy Lynn Allen, the fake GBI investigator. Another devious method that would-be burglars attempt to use to try to get access to your front door is the fake delivery driver scheme. In April of 2023, at an unsuspecting home in East Haven, Connecticut, a criminal by the name of Javier Otero allegedly attempted to gain access to an East Haven home by pretending to be a delivery driver. This 37-year-old man certainly had bad intentions, and it's thought that he was carrying a firearm. However, when he tried to execute his ruse, well, he was met with a bit of a surprise. When trying to barrel his way into the door, the homeowner pushes the shit out of him.
I don't know if this is for you.
After being knocked from the doorstep, Otero looked stunned and would beeline back to his vehicle and get the hell out of Dodge. This clip would go viral. Despite the man's attempt failing, police still wanted to analyze the footage to hopefully identify him and go in for an arrest. Cross-examining the man's face from the video and using social media, they determined that Javier Otero was the individual responsible. Officers would later track him down at a family member's house in nearby Hartford, Connecticut. On April 14th of 2023, 2023, Javier was arrested and booked in jail. During their investigation of Javier, they discovered that the man had plans for a second home invasion attempt that was to be perpetrated in Manchester. The suspect allegedly had plans to zip tie and rob the residents of this property. Officers then discovered that Javier had an accomplice, 26-year-old John Carrasquillo Torres. This man was arrested as well. On top of all this, police would perform a search of Javier's home where they found 1.1 kilos of fentanyl as well as paraphernalia that was commonly used to produce drugs. Both suspects were held on a $250,000 bond. Some have described the individual in this next story the worst neighbor in all of the United Kingdom. This is the story of Stephen Groves. Neighbors can be quite the hassle, especially the paranoid and neurotic. One suspicious and paranoid neighbor, 56-year-old Stephen Groves, was under the delusion that the Ring camera installed by his neighbors outside their door in a communal breezeway was being used to spy on them. The residents that set up this Ring camera, a woman named Victoria and a woman's uncle, were doing no such activity. But this wouldn't stop Stephen Groves from making repeated visits to the camera to sabotage it, many of these visits being caught by the Ring camera itself. Stephen Groves was not only guilty of tampering with their Ring devices, he also sabotaged caregivers that were helping Victoria's uncle. Victoria's uncle suffered from Parkinson's, and as a result of this, a caregiver would sometimes visit the property to provide medical aid. It's been reported that Groves once locked a caregiver out of the communal alleyway that was used to get into Victoria's residence. An incident involving Stephen Groves cutting the Ring camera's wires with a set of pliers would result in him having to go to court, pleading guilty to criminal damages, and he was handed a conditional discharge in August of 2021. And after this first bout of legal trouble, when Stephen was released, he would just continue getting in more shit with the neighbors, sabotaging their Ring devices and causing havoc. At one point, Steve would take a hammer to a Ring camera on the property. He would defile Ring cameras with markers and pens. One video shows the man getting a bit of instant karma when a sabotage attempt results in a door hitting him on the back. After continuous and repeated attempts of sabotage in 2022, Victoria would take the man to court again. Stephen Groves would confess to the court and told him that his sabotage of the Ring camera devices was done because he felt like a prisoner in his own home due to the watchful eye of the camera. He told the court, quote, "They put a camera right next to my door and they just can't do that. Where are my rights? Pathetic things I've done because of that camera. I acted like an idiot because they are breaching my fundamental rights." The paranoid neighbor was ordered to pay £100 to each victim, issued a 2-year restraining order, a 12-week electronic curfew, and 20 days of probation. Victoria didn't feel like this was enough. She says, quote, "I'm really disappointed. £100 in compensation is an insult, really. It won't compensate for losing a carer and all the stress and sleepless nights we've endured. I'm going to send the money to Ukraine, so maybe some good can come out of it." And she was right about this punishment not being enough, because Stephen would continue his activity. Several months later, the man would issue threats against the family, with Groves threatening to, quote, "cut up the caregivers that visited the house." Groves even allegedly told one carer that he would, quote, "chop her up and put her in the fucking bin," unquote. Because of the man's behavior, caregivers were afraid to visit the property, which resulted in Victoria's uncle sometimes going without care. The situation surrounding Stephen Groves and Victoria's family is still somewhat ongoing, and I wouldn't be surprised if more Ring camera footage of this guy winds up on the internet. This story involves one of the most horrifying burglaries ever caught on Ring camera surveillance, the story of Christopher Sargent. In this terrifying video, recorded on the night of May 1st of 2020, a British man in Upminster, East London, England by the name of Christopher Sargent did something that Javier Otero couldn't get away with. Christopher Sargent pretended to be a delivery driver, but he actually got access to the house. Christopher Sargent was masquerading as a delivery driver, even taking a photo of the package that he was supposedly delivering, when suddenly he breaks the act and barges into the home that he's at. Several accomplices file in behind him, and you can hear a woman screaming in the background.
is vast, full of challenges.
Around.
Because coronavirus.
Christopher Sargent was masquerading as a delivery driver. Anthony Lancel of home invaders consisted of Christopher Sargent, Ayapal Singh, and Anthony Lancel. The raiders quickly detained the family that was present at the home, which consisted of a mother, father, a son, and daughter. The gang of thieves holding knives to the victims' throats. During the robbery, the father suffered a knife wound to his head, while the mother would suffer a knife wound to the neck. Christopher and company were asking the family where the safe was, but the family proclaimed that they didn't have any money and offered jewelry instead. Upon hearing this, Christopher put his knife against the 11-year-old son's throat, telling his father that his son would be killed if the safe wasn't revealed. The men then started beating up on the father, and sadly, at this moment, the courageous son moved to help his dad, but during this act, he was shot in the shoulder by one of the robbers. Now realizing that they were dealing with some deadly criminals, the mother quickly gave them all the jewelry that she had, and after getting the valuable possessions, the men ran out of the house with about 20,000 pounds of jewelry and other valuables. Shortly after, authorities and medics arrived, and the boy was taken to the hospital. He was placed into an induced coma while the rest of the family's wounds were treated. During the investigation of this crime, detectives at the Met Specialist Crime Command were able to trace the license plate and mobile phone data from the area, as well as use the doorbell code to find the culprits. Thankfully, the boy that was shot managed to survive, and all three men were later arrested and charged. Christopher Sargent would plead guilty to robbery and was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Ayapal Singh was also found guilty of robbery and was sentenced to serve 20 years behind bars. Anthony Lancel, also charged with robbery, was sentenced to serve 18 years in jail. And well, you made it to the end. Those were the Ring camera arrests. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comments section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
This is the Big Thunder Mountain Railroad.
Ring security cameras have bestowed the internet with some of the most bizarre. After exploring the depths of the internet, I've uncovered some of the most obscure and absolutely ridiculous cases of people losing their jobs because of a stupid online post they made. Shall we begin with the Subway penis bread incident?
Is that a 6-inch or a foot long?
I think it's a foot long. That is impressive.
Number 15, Subway penis bread. The last thing you'd want in your Subway sandwich is someone's foreskin, but turns out that might be what you get. We all know about the Burger King foot lettuce incident, but meet its disturbed cousin. Like many stories in the fast food contamination genre, the Subway penis bread case begins in Ohio, Columbus to be specific. The Subway in question is this one here at Tuttle Crossing Boulevard. It's one of those Subways that's a part of a gas station, so we're off to a great start already. This restaurant had something of a dubious reputation, and it's all thanks to a duo of mischievous employees, Cameron Boggs and Ian Jett. These two took their fast food antics far beyond standing in bins of lettuce and posting it to 4chan. No, it was much worse than that. Cameron operated an Instagram account known as Weed Priest, and it's here that he would document some of the vile acts him and his associate Ian would commit on and off the clock involving Subway. It starts off inappropriate, but not entirely insane, with the two baking penis-shaped bread loaves in their spare time at work. Penises and the fluids that come out of said appendage would become something of a fixation with these two. The Weed Priest page began garnering followers, with people encouraging the employees to do crazier Subway side quests, and they would. Seeing their reaction to the penis bread baking, Cameron and Ian would go on to showcase that one of them had frozen a bottle of urine at work, presumably doing so using the store's freezer that contains food served to customers. Yummy! By the way, my guy, you need to drink some water. Your piss is looking like end-stage renal failure here. And I hate to inform you that it only gets worse. Ladies and gentlemen, the Subway penis bread image. What you're seeing on screen here is an Instagram photo showing one of the workers contaminating a foot-long sub with his own salami. The caption read, quote, "My name is Ian Jett, and I will be your sandwich artist today." Yes, what you're witnessing here is a real image, obviously blurred, but yeah, that is Ian dragging his deli meat on a loaf of uncooked bread, seemingly Subway bread, and this was posted to Instagram on his own volition. How I've never seen a video or heard anyone talking about this incident before, I just don't understand that. But yeah, so considering that these guys were Subway workers and a penis bread cross-contamination was just shared, naturally, people were outraged. Time to put these fuckers on blast, but who are we snitching to? At the time, the Huffington Post was big on covering these types of fast food contamination stories, and many people reached out to them with the photos. The first tipster sent the publication the pictures with the following comment, quote, "I saw the frozen piss picture and thought, what is this guy doing? Then came the penis picture. They're stupid enough for doing this in the first place, but then to post it to the world, it was a dumb move. I didn't say it needs to be vindictive, but something needs to be done. It's disgusting." Huffington Post actually managed to get in contact with the employee who allegedly put his dick on the bread, Ian Jett, and they asked him, "What the hell were you thinking, kid?" Ian did not deny putting his penis on the uncooked bread, but the guy did deny it taking place at a Subway. Quote, "I would never do that at work. It was at home. This isn't something I'd ever do at Subway. It was totally a joke," unquote. But whatever the case, a Subway employee had posted himself with his dick touching a piece of sub sandwich bread. Not the best look. It really wouldn't matter whether this was done at work or back at home, as it was later discovered that both Ian and Cameron were in fact terminated on July 22nd, 2013, in relation to the incident. This was such a disturbing ordeal that the public relations for Subway had to issue a press statement. Quote, "This isolated incident is not representative of Subway sandwich artists. These actions are not tolerated, and the franchise took immediate action to terminate the 2 employees involved." What do you mean they're not sandwich artists? While their acts weren't quite on the level of Jared Fogle or anything, Ian and Cameron were most certainly out of their minds by perpetrating this little stunt and posting it to the web. Despite being known as the penis bread Subway, the restaurant actually thrived for some time and would stay open for many years. Eventually, though, the penis Subway would get shut down in 2021 and was replaced with probably one of the most vomit-inducing pizza chains in the United States, Sbarro. I'm gonna be real, guys. I'm taking the penis bread Subway over the Sbarro slice. Sound off in the comments. These people are crazy, man. Losing your job over a stupid social media post in this economy, you really got to be out of your mind. I mean, that's why I got a phone call. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Hey, what's up, boss? What do you mean you didn't like the joke about I'm fired? Wait, it wasn't that big of a deal. Well, I'm unemployed. Well, looks like your boy's gonna be pinching pennies for a bit, but I won't have to sacrifice my phone service though. I recently got a premium unlimited data plan on this phone with Mint Mobile. $15 a month, and I literally set it up within minutes using an eSIM. For once in my life, I don't actually feel like I'm being robbed for phone service, and you shouldn't either. Mint has been pretty sweet. They've got 5G coverage to 98% of Americans and 4G LTE for 99% of them. So needless to say, I've had no complaints with coverage or data connectivity. That's all with unlimited talk and text, free calls to Mexico, Canada, and the UK, and 20 gigs of mobile hotspot data. If you want to make the switch to Mint, it's easy. If you have an unlocked phone, it's as simple as activating an eSIM. And if you're switching providers, they have a streamlined system to do that in minutes, and you can even keep your old phone number. If you like your money, Mint Mobile is for you. Shop plans at mintmobile.com/wavy. That's mintmobile.com/wavy. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month 5GB plan required, which is equivalent to $15 a month. New customer offer for first 3 months only, then full price plan options are available. Taxes and fees extra. See Mint Mobile for details. Twitter e-thought turns out to be a teacher. In one of the more freaky social media job losses, next we'll be discussing the case of Twitter user Funkbear. A raunchy teacher who got exposed on Twitter for some extremely inappropriate posts given the context of the woman's career. In early 2013, 23-year-old Carly McKinney was working as a math teacher at Overland High School in Aurora, Colorado. To put it lightly, this woman was about as mature as a high schooler herself, and when not amateurishly educating, she would post goon bait to Twitter. On her Twitter page, it read, "Crunker than most. Stay sexy, stay high, stay drunk." The account would tweet out absurd remarks like, "Naked, wet, stoned. Such an easy day. Can't wait to roll up after school." Bro. Quote, "Just got called Miss McCutie. Points for being clever, but you are still jailbait." Unquote. Lock her up. She knows what she's doing here. Like, imagine a male teacher saying this. Jesus Christ. In addition to that bizarre and somewhat creepy anecdote, the Crunk Bear account said student homework was graded while high. The Crunk Bear account even seemingly bragged that during a drug bust at the school, the police didn't find the weed stash. Watching a drug bust go down in the parking lot. "It's funny because I have weed in my car in the staff parking lot," unquote. Some of you might be curious as to how this account got popular in the first place. And well, you can thank this tweet for that happening. Quote, "Listening to Diplo in the shower leads to this." And it's a picture of the high school educator with no bra on twerking on a wall. This tweet would get Diplo's attention. The bricked up artist seemingly fell for the goon bait, and Carly's once small freak-off account was now being viewed by tens of thousands of people after a retweet. And when it was discovered that she was a teacher, naturally mofos started reporting her ass. Pandora's box had been opened. On January 28, 2013, Carly's Twitter account was discovered by Denver news affiliate 9 News. A 9 News journalist would reach out and speak to Carly via phone call and confronted her about the bizarre, hoish content. Carly said that the whole thing wasn't inappropriate at all, and that she had created the Twitter account with her friends and described it as parody. Guys, I'm not a creepy e-slut, it was just satire. Carly went on to bizarrely claim that some of the posts were actually authored by friends, insinuating that it was a sort of shared account, saying that she was not aware of some of the posts about smoking weed, and also claimed that she never had drugs on campus despite the old tweet. Feeling the pressure, Carly Crunk Bear put up one final tweet and deleted the account. Local news station just called me, tweaking out, when her salacious content had been archived, and now the school itself was preparing punishment. After 9 News had exposed Carly locally, she was put on paid leave and was placed under investigation by the Cherry Creek School District. A spokesperson from the district said, quote, "There are things that are troubling to us. However, what we need to do is talk with her to review our district policy and then determine what our next step will be. The 3 posts that we are most concerned about are the ones that may indicate that she violated school policy and or law. And I assume they're referring to the claims of having weed at school or something like that." Unsurprisingly, given the wild nature of her content, many students at the high school actually demonstrated in support of Carly around this time, with some wearing around #FreeCrunkBear t-shirts. I'm sure this was totally helping her chances of getting hired back with school administrators.
The teacher is only 6 or 5 years older than some of our older students, so we kind of relate to her on a personal level.
To get the movement off the ground, they need to catch some eyes.
The way to get teenagers like us who are generally apathetic about things in care is to kind of mask it in sarcasm.
And they have definitely caught some eyes. The Free Crunk Bear hashtag on Twitter has been circulating all day. Right now, they're giving her the benefit of the doubt.
If she had weed in her car, and that is true, and it's found to be 100% true, that is a different story. You know, most parents, most adults don't want a teacher who affiliates themselves with drugs and stuff to be in a teaching environment.
Whether Miss McKinney ever returns to the classroom is yet to be decided. It's frankly out of these students' hands, but they're still hoping to send a message.
I don't think she deserves to be punished, period.
Free Crunk Bear.
Some time would pass, and on March 22, 2013, the fate of Carly Crunk Bear would be revealed. The district announced that Carly was no longer receiving paid leave and wasn't even an employee at the school anymore. Quote, the Overland High School teacher who was placed on administrative leave after allegations of impropriety arose is no longer employed by the district. The district will have no further comment as this is a personnel issue. It seemed Cherry Creek School District had quietly let her go, or perhaps she resigned on her own volition. Whatever the case, if you're a teacher, weird goon content is off limits. People still haven't learned this lesson today. Like, you have teachers making OnlyFans and getting fired left and right. If you're gonna be in a profession that involves you interacting with minors on a daily basis, you gotta keep it PG on social media, or you're gonna run into employment problems. That's just the way it is. A Vietnamese man gets discriminated.
The family of a Vietnamese man who received an email written in broken English after he applied for a job is speaking out to Cairo 7.
A viral tweet posted by the man's daughter prompted the company to fire its human resources manager.
Now we have the case of a Vietnamese job applicant who was cyberbullied by a company's HR representative. This is the no speak English debacle. This is 52-year-old Minh Nguyen. Back in 1995, this Vietnamese gentleman came to the United States in search of a better life. He settled in Seattle, Washington, had a family, and things were good for a time, with the guy working as a truck driver. Minh strived for excellence as a driver. At one trucking company that he worked at for over a decade, he actually won an award for being the company's safest driver. And given the fact that he worked nights and dealt with all the dangers on the road that come with that, the guy was no slouch. But sadly, good drivers are expensive and sometimes companies don't want to pay for them. So in 2016, Mr. Minh gets laid off. The guy had teenage kids in school, loads of bills to pay. He's got to find a new job and fast. Easier said than done, as Minh was, let's just say, Englishly challenged. Previously as a truck driver, Minh got by just fine only knowing Vietnamese and Cantonese. But this proved problematic when it came to expanding his employment horizons. So around the time of getting laid off, he starts formally learning English. While he's getting the hang of things, so to speak, Minh takes to the internet and begins applying for new jobs via email, writing them the best that he can in English. His 18-year-old daughter, Emily Nguyen, helped with the process, going over his email drafts at the end of the day. Usually, Emily would proofread her dad's emails, checking for grammar and punctuation mistakes, what have you. She was just an overall great daughter who had a vested interest in her dad finding a new job. However, it appears Emily wasn't able to proofread every email sent by the novice English practitioner, which brings us to an event that would go down into the annals of human resources employees being scumbags and getting blasted by the internet history. January 22nd, 2018, Emily is really busy and wasn't around to curate her pop's emails. But being the enterprising fellow that he was, Minh decides to draft up a job-seeking email without her linguistic expertise overseeing it. The company that would be in receipt of said email was Dash Delivery LLC, no relation to DoorDash. This is a transportation and logistics company that provided delivery and driving services across Washington State's Puget Sound area. In a screenshot showing an email conversation with the company's hiring manager, Minh wrote, "Hi, Bruce Peterson. I got your mail. Talk about appointment. Available Monday. Thanks." It's not perfect, but hell, I think Minh did a fine enough job here. I'll give him a B-. So what does the hiring manager say in response to the poorly punctuated and shoddily written inquiry written by our boy here? "Let me tell you now, if you no speak English, I will send you home," unquote. And as you see, no speak English is emphasized and underlined. Yeah, the guy's pulling out the old no speak the English gag on a very Vietnamese guy who is just earnestly looking for a job and trying his best. Oh yeah, pretty responsible behavior for a company's hiring manager. In Washington State, no less. I mean, I thought you folks were a little bit more sensitive about that kind of stuff on the West Coast. Anyways, but yeah, no need to spell it out for you. This Bruce hiring manager guy was clearly being an asshole and making fun of Minh's shoddy English and writing skills. And when Minh's daughter Emily finally got around to reviewing her dad's emails, old Bruce would pay severely for his jest. Outraged by the perceived slight towards her father, Emily treats the Dash delivery employee with the same amount of respect that the employee showed her father. And by that I mean she publicly shared the screenshot to Twitter to expose this person. On the same day of the email interaction, the 18-year-old shared the email conversation to her at the time 300 followers. In her tweet, she'd write this, quote, "Non-English speakers really have it hard because my dad just got rejected from this job offer, and the email literally said, 'Let me tell you now, if you speak English, I will send you home.'" What the fuck? All of the emails were also very unprofessional and passive-aggressive. Over the years, Twitter has in many ways, for better or for worse, become the place to call out companies for bad behavior. And its reputation for stirring up shit rang true in this scenario. Her tweet quickly escaped the few hundred followers she had and went immensely viral, receiving over 22,000 retweets and over 48,000 likes in a matter of days. The reply section of the tweet was filled with comments from anonymous internet users around the world, expressing their frustrations regarding language-based workplace discrimination. One person said, quote, "This broke my heart because I read this in my dad's voice and it reminds me of how he struggles to communicate in a complicated language to white people who mock him." Another said, "My heart hurts. My dad's job requires them to take a quarterly written test about their job, but fears he'll potentially lose it due to not understanding a certain word. He's by far the most hardworking man there." Some of you watching might be rolling your eyes and just saying, like, bro, get good and learn English. And I hear you, but come on. The guy was actively studying the language, and for a hiring manager of a professional company to take a jab at the guy when he's just looking for work is shit behavior. It's fine if you don't want to hire him for not being able to speak English, whatever. But the no speaking English shit is uncalled for. This little back and forth would become the subject of national mainstream news coverage. ABC News discussed it, and it even got attention overseas in places like Vietnam and China. One thing highlighted by Emily in subsequent interviews by the press was that her father didn't even understand that he was being insulted in the email, and how that her father's optimism was turned to sadness when she explained that the hiring manager was mocking him. Some clips of Emily speaking about her father.
He's very resilient and he works very hard to provide for his family. I looked at it and I was like, wait, this seems wrong. Like, why are you mocking my dad's English? He knew what he was planning to say. Like, the email takes typing and he knew what he was trying to tell my dad.
Internet users around the world had become invested in the story of the job-seeking Vietnamese father, and the masses' interest in this matter would catch the attention of the higher-ups at Dash Delivery. In the coming days, Emily and her father would receive a full-blown written apology from the transportation company's owner. And that owner's name is, I'm not making this up, Kevin Buss. Mr. Buss wrote, quote, "Mr. Peterson's communication was inappropriate and inconsistent with our company values. Our company is an equal opportunity employer, and it is proud of its diverse workforce. Indeed, the majority of the employees performing the work for which you applied speak English as a second language, and they represent a wide range of backgrounds and nationalities. While it is true that communicating effectively in English is an important part of the job in question, the manner in which Mr. Peterson communicated with you was highly inappropriate, and following our investigation, he is no longer employed at the company." Unquote. Tell him, Mr. Buss. Yep, how the tables had turned. Instead of men being sent home for his broken English, it was Bruce getting sent packing for his broken adherence to company policy. No speak English? Nah, Bruce, no have job. Emily would take to Twitter, celebrating the firing of the hiring manager. Quote, "Best update. He got fired, y'all. I love everyone who shared this, liked this, read this article, etc. We no longer have to deal with this trash." Though in the wake of the firing, the internet still pushed, and many actively encouraged the family to seek some sort of employment, discrimination lawsuit. What did men think about this? Well, apparently the old-timer didn't think too much of the idea. Men declined all interviews and really only confided in his daughter about his true feelings towards the affair, reportedly telling Emily that he was embarrassed but not angry, and that he held no personal hatred or grudge towards the hiring manager that had slighted him. And when the company apologized, men accepted it graciously. I think his humble response to the circumstances, even when technically being a victim, says a lot about his character. He's just a hard-working guy that wanted a fair and honest shake at a job. That was it. Emily would post an update to Twitter on January 24th, 2018, writing, quote, "Checkup. Even though we appreciate all the encouragement to make it a lawsuit, my dad has forgiven and wants to move on. He says he doesn't want to be confrontational about what had happened." A day later, on January 25th, it would be revealed that Bruce Peterson himself actually wrote an apology to the family as well. The guy had apparently reconciled with the fact that his conduct was unprofessional. I think one of the better things to come out of this story is that it kind of publicly showcased the struggles that non-native English speakers deal with when trying to find a job. Like, obviously you have to learn the language to the extent where you can function at the place, and it seemed Min was at that level or almost there. But you gotta imagine a lot of the secondary English speakers deal with this shit in the hiring process around the US. HR guys doubting their abilities because of a fucking email and your name looking Vietnamese. Seeing how this situation played out, I'm sure a lot of people out there were encouraged by, Min sort of coming out the victor here. One benefit to all of these spectacles surrounding this is that because he had become such a sympathetic and popular figure, Mr. Min ended up receiving a number of job offers and found himself in the privileged position of being able to be picky about which one he would accept. While I'm unsure of exactly what job he landed, hopefully the old ace trucker got him a solid trucking gig that pays well. A company would be lucky to have a guy like this on their payroll. Police officer loses his job after wild Snapchat post. It was a hot summer day in June of 2017. Rookie police officer and Snapchat enthusiast, 23-year-old Austin Callis, is dispatched to resolve a family dispute involving a knife. Officer Callis arrived at the scene to find a signature Floridian redneck domestic violence showdown. You had this 55-year-old boyfriend who was mad at his 26-year-old girlfriend. Apparently she had lost his keys and cell phone and a fight broke out. And they're inside the house quarreling, supposedly armed with knives. Wary of getting cut up by the two hotheads, Callis and another officer drew their weapons, pointed them at the building, and ordered the two to come out of the house. I mean, you never bring a knife to a knife fight. You always bring a gun. With police firearms pointed at them from outside, the couple is like, well, we should probably get out of here before we end up like Swiss cheese. They walk out to the cops, surrender, and are searched. But despite what was stated in the dispatch call, no knives were found on either of them, nor did either of the parties have injuries. So Officer Callis and company said, fuck it, no arrests were made, and everything sort of ended pretty peacefully, at least in the context of your typical Floridian domestic dispute. But Austin Callis, the young and social media savvy officer that he was, somehow managed to create drama after resolving the conflict of the quarreling couple. Later in the day, Callis hopped on Snapchat and posts a selfie with a caption that is truly insane coming from a police officer. Nothing like almost shooting someone to set your head right, LOL. God, I gate people with knives. Oh yeah, nothing like almost blowing someone's head smooth off to calm the nerves, am I right? Now look, I gate people with knives too, but come on, officer. Why are we sharing this inside ball to Snapchat? Kinda makes you look like a psycho itching to kill somebody. In addition to this weird flex but okay-ass confession from Mr. Callis here, the man also allegedly shared other snaps of him in uniform while in his police cruiser. And he reportedly commented on Snap that he had been drinking a lot due to a recent breakup with his girlfriend. Yeah, your regular good old boy 23-year-old police officer talking about shooting people and drama with their ex on Snapchat. Every small American town has one of these guys, you know it's true. The post about having his head set straight by almost shooting someone was screen capped and shared for obvious reasons. It found its way to Facebook. However, Austin's face was initially blurred in the photo. Whew, that's a relief. But then after a bunch of people who grew up with Austin started reaching out to the poster and saying that the guy was a piece of crap, they unblurred it. An added message of condemnation. Quote, "This is the kind of cop Pinellas County Sheriff's Office hires? Someone who wants to shoot someone just to get his head right? Snapchatting and driving? Didn't mention it before, but the person who shared the snaps to Facebook was a guy named Joseph Wood. He actually went to high school with Austin, apparently knew the guy. After Joseph had put him on blast, Austin apparently begged the guy to take the expose down. But Joe was apparently on some "I'm not gonna do that" kind of shit. Soon, complaints filed in towards Officer Austin and his callous Snapchat submission. One comment read, "Deputy Austin James Callis posted on Snapchat about how he just almost killed someone and that enabled him to clear his head. I'm glad that the citizens of Pinellas can be used by you as target practice to relieve your stress from a bad day, Deputy Callis." Or should I say Deputy Callis, spelled with an O-U-S? Hey, come on, man, that was my original joke and you stole it from me. When Austin's antics were shown to the local sheriff, Austin was immediately promoted, given a substantial pay raise, and commended for his exemplary service to the community. Despite the likelihood of such a scenario here in the United States, I'm definitely joking. He was put on administrative leave almost immediately. On June 28th, he was interviewed by superiors, and the chat apparently didn't go over too well for Big Austin.
He never offered any explanation to alleviate or mitigate the concerns that I have.
In fact, Galtieri said Callis even tried getting legal advice on what recourse he might have against the person who reported his snap. That person noted Callis had recently broken up with his girlfriend.
Oh yeah, guy gets mad and threatens to sue someone for something he willingly shared to the internet. That's definitely never happened before. As you might expect, Callis's tantrum regarding the leaking of his bizarre snap exploits did little to satisfy his superiors, and the guy was fucking fired. The sheriff of Pinellas County had no second thoughts on letting the guy go, and even seemed to suggest that he thought Austin was too unstable to be a cop.
This has nothing to do with social media. This has to do with a statement that he made to somebody else that is very concerning, reprehensible, and shows a state of mind of somebody that shouldn't be a law enforcement officer.
Rest in peace to the job though, pimp. Bus driver fired for speaking up about hungry kid. Generally speaking, folks that get fired for social media stuff kinda have it coming. But sometimes the firing is a bit harder to understand. This is the story of the bus driver who was fired for wanting kids to be fed. Meet Johnny Cook, a Georgia-based horse trainer and school bus driver for the Haralson County Middle School. His quiet and well-to-do life would be turned upside down after an interaction with one of his students on the bus. On May 21st, 2013, a student approached Johnny and told him he was hungry. When Johnny asked why the kid didn't eat lunch, he replied that he had been turned away because he owed money to the cafeteria. Johnny figured the school was wasting money on a bunch of less important things. You know, how big of a deal could it have been for them to cut the kid some slack and let him get a lunch? A kid seemingly being left hungry really struck a nerve with Johnny, and after finishing his bus route in the evening, the man took to Facebook to vent. Quote, "A little flustered this evening. A middle schooler got on my bus this evening and said, 'Mr. Johnny, I'm hungry.' I said, 'Why are you hungry, buddy? Didn't you eat lunch?' He said, 'No, sir. I didn't have any money on my account.' I said, 'They wouldn't let you charge it?' 'No, sir.' Huh, what? This child is already on reduced lunch and we can't let him eat? Are you kidding me? I'm certain there was leftover food thrown away, but kids were turned away because they didn't have 40 cents on their account. As a taxpayer, I would much rather feed a child than throw it away. I would rather feed a child than to give food stamps to a crackhead." He then puts his full phone number in this message and says, "The next time we can't feed a kid for 40 cents, please call me. We will scrape up some money," unquote. Johnny's commentary regarding the school's hungry children went viral in the local community, receiving over 200 shares and hundreds of likes. Before long, it escaped onto the greater Facebook landscape and went viral. Folks were outraged and saw Johnny's anecdote as some common sense wisdom that the school should follow. You have to admit, it does feel a little scummy to hold a ledger over the head of an indebted, seemingly impoverished child and refusing to feed them. Come on, bro, just give the poor kid a fucking slice of pizza for Christ's sake. While many parents and community members agreed with the man's sentiment, the school didn't seem too happy about his input. The following day, Johnny Cook was called into a meeting with Superintendent Stanton, who was apparently furious by the post, calling it outright farcical. The superintendent claimed that the child had lied to Johnny and was never actually turned away from getting lunch on that day of school. Superintendent Stanton ultimately gave Johnny two options: recant the statement from Facebook and apologize, or don't do that and get fired. Johnny was unshaken by the superior's threats and stood his ground, refusing to apologize for standing up for a seemingly hungry kid. As a result of his defiance, bus driver Johnny Cook was terminated, the cited reason being that he broke the district's acceptable use policy, which apparently governed the personal use of social media by employees. The policy states this: employees who post or contribute any comment or content on social media networking sites that causes a substantial disruption to the instructional environment are subject to disciplinary procedures up to and including termination. Yeah, the old criticism not allowed rule. But again, was the criticism even valid? Well, as mentioned earlier, the superintendent said the kid had lied. But how do they know that? Well, it's because they pulled surveillance footage from the entire day and were able to prove that the kid never actually went in the lunch line at all. So you could imagine the superintendent kind of felt like, Johnny, you just got totally owned, GG's, you fucking fell for a lying kid. But even proving that the kid never went in the line, I don't think it's that big of a win. I really don't even think it changes that much, honestly. Is it going too far for me to speculate that the reason the kid didn't even attempt to purchase lunch that day was because they knew they had a debt and they had been refused before, or were embarrassed about going up there and getting rejected? Like, at the end of the day, the problem still existed. There was an unfed kid, and the school gets tons of taxpayer money that it wastes every year. The fact is, the kid didn't eat for some reason, and that seems a little bit weird. And yeah, maybe he stretched
A brand new day is here. Studio waiting for oil.
At my station, leader.
new day of authorized opportunity. Consider it done.
Awaiting instructions. At last, a reason to stand straighter. What do you need, leader? Morale restored and officially documented.
Another quarter awaits correction. Good morning, leader. Commencing work. The state provides. Begin your assignment, leader. Working as requested. Work order confirmed.
Leader, I'm the swole. Listen, we're not asked. Oh, here's a riddle, since I'm told. A swole game, of course. A Oh, good day, Leader. The Swole Company thanks you.
The truth a bit to Johnny, but he was still hungry, right? After his firing, Johnny would expand on his reasoning for initially speaking out. He said the surveillance footage didn't change anything, a quote given to the media. Regardless of whether he went through the line or whether he didn't, he still didn't eat. And he didn't eat because of a reason. And the reason was he was 40 cents overdrawn in his account. And he had gotten the message, if you're overdrawn at the end of the school year, you're not eating. For some reason in his head, he had the idea or the thought that I will not be allowed to eat because I'm 40 cents overdrawn. And that comes from a rule. That comes from a policy that stated at the last 2 weeks of the school year, you can't charge your lunch on a charge account. So he knew going in that he couldn't. My understanding of what's going on is that kids are being brought to that line. And if they don't have the money, then the cafeteria workers are dumping their plate. They're dumping a perfectly good plate of hot food out, throwing it away. The non-paying children are then given an alternative meal of free peanut butter sandwiches or cheese sandwiches, or they must walk away without eating, unquote. CNN would actually get in touch with the boy involved in this situation, you know, the one accused of lying by Superintendent Stanton. And this is what the kid said, quote, "On Tuesday, May 21st, I could not eat lunch at school because I did not have lunch money. My parents forgot to give it to me. I owed 40 cents for lunch on Friday. I sat at a table with no lunch while other children ate lunch. I got on Mr. Johnny's bus and he asked me what was wrong with me. I told him I did not get to eat lunch because I did not have any money and the lunchroom lady would not let me charge at lunch. I did not eat lunch at school that day. No one offered to pay for my lunch and no one offered me a sandwich or banana or apple," unquote. It's a matter of fact that the kid wasn't explicitly refused lunch in the line, but there was a long-standing policy about not getting lunch if you owed money that was apparently reinforced somewhat recently. You don't have to be a psychologist to understand what I'm getting at. I digress. With all of this in mind, Johnny's firing went from being kind of ridiculous to a bit outrageous, and people were demanding a reversal from the superintendent. A petition was posted to change.org calling for Stanton to rehire Johnny. The petition received over 15,000 supporters, and on June 11, 2013, a rally was held outside of the Haralson County School System headquarters in Tallapoosa, Georgia. Folks showed up en masse to support Johnny, but none of this support would sway Stanton. He wouldn't budge. Hungry kids be damned, Johnny Cook wasn't getting his job back. Time to sue. In February of 2014, it was reported that Johnny Cook had filed a lawsuit against the school and was being represented by the American Civil Liberties Union. Cook's attorney, Mike Kendall, called what happened to Johnny one of the, quote, most egregious examples of a government entity restricting the free speech rights of one of its employees that we've seen in some time, unquote. Stanton's response to the suit? Well, he was holding on to that surveillance footage for dear life. His angle was the kid never got in line, so by the kid lying to Johnny and Johnny saying that this happened, Johnny was in fact a liar in some way. Stanton says this, quote, "We are very disappointed that this lawsuit has come forward based on such faulty information. It completely misrepresents the actual situation that occurred. Clearly, free speech is a protected right, but knowingly spreading false information and defaming our school district is another," unquote. Turns out sticking to the story told by the surveillance footage proved to be a robust strategy, as technically speaking, in a strict legal sense, nobody actually told the kid that he couldn't eat lunch that day. Like they in effect did that, but not literally. On July 17, 2014, the lawsuit would be dismissed with prejudice, and Cook never got his job back. Johnny Cook's heart was in the right place here, and while I think it was a bit reckless of him to shoot from the hip on Facebook while in an emotionally charged state, the guy clearly cared about the school kids. Gilbert got fired.
Hi, this is Gilbert Gottfried. I'm pissing and shitting and coming.
The late Gilbert Gottfried, legendary comedian, voice actor, but most importantly for this video, the mascot of Aflac.
Relax, we got supplemental insurance.
What are you talking about?
You guys remember this fucking duck. It was originally voiced by Gilbert Gottfried. Featuring his Aflac duck were massively popular. The brand would grow greatly throughout the 2000s because of it. Purportedly within 3 years of the first Gilbert Gottfried duck ad, Aflac sales doubled in the US, and their name recognition went from under 10% to around 90% of Americans knowing the company. This symbiotic relationship between Gilbert and Aflac would continue on for the better part of a decade, but eventually the comedian would be a comedian. On March 11, 2011, a massive tsunami hit Japan, killing nearly 20,000 people. This was like the whole Fukushima thing too, with the power plants getting destroyed. It was a fucking disaster. So Gilbert sees all this, and given that he's kind of a goat comedian, he doesn't waste an opportunity to push a few buttons for laughs. He hops on Twitter and authors a series of now infamous comedic observations about said Japanese natural disaster. Here we go. Japan is really advanced. They don't go to the beach comes to them. I just split up with my girlfriend, but like the Japanese say, there'll be another one floating by any minute now. What does every Japanese person have in their apartment? Floodlights. I said
For every glorious detail.
in Japan. Just days later, Aflac would completely cut ties with the comedian after a decade together, saying in a statement, quote, "Gilbert's recent comments about the crisis in Japan were lacking in humor and certainly do not represent the thoughts and feelings of anyone at Aflac. There is no place for anything but compassion and concern during these difficult times." Gilbert would put out his own statement on March 15th, writing, quote, "I sincerely apologize to anyone who was offended by my attempt at humor regarding the tragedy in Japan. I mean no disrespect, and my thoughts are with the victims and their families." Unquote. Knowing Gilbert's work, I can assure you this is a 100% genuine apology, and he definitely didn't think any of those jokes were funny after reflecting on them. Rest in peace to a legend. In late April of 2011, Aflac announced the hiring of Minnesota sales manager 36-year-old Daniel McKeague as Gilbert's replacement, who in truth really just does a Gilbert Gottfried impression as the Duck. It was a fine play. It was an internal hiring. I'm glad that they did this instead of getting some other fucking celebrity that could never fill the shoes of the role. As far as I can tell, this McKeague guy has done excellent. And while you made it to the end of the video, if you guys have ever been fired because of a social media post, we're very curious in the comments. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace. In the world of viral videos and public freakouts, to me personally, air rage incidents are the most compelling.
There's a bomb on this goddamn plane! If she takes me up, I'll blow the plane up!
Yeah, it seems like every week the internet is blessed with a TikTok or YouTube clip showcasing a passenger completely melting down mid-flight. What you may not realize is behind these 10 to 15 second clips are entire stories, rabbit holes to explore, and aftermaths to examine. The first air rage incident that we'll be looking at today is one that most of you watching are likely familiar with, at least on a surface level. During the COVID-19 pandemic, many air rage incidents occurred, but none were as controversial and virally well known as the JetBlue Burger King incident. This Burger King crown-wearing man has garnered quite the infamous reputation for himself.
Call the police right now! I know you saw it! She need me in the stomach! Good! Excuse me, I'm part West African! I can say anytime I want! Bye! Kick that bitch off the plane!
Sir, please you need to stop. There are children. Please stop. Stop! Hey, that's not necessary.
Most of you may remember the racial tirade that he delivered on a JetBlue flight back in 2020. Over the years, the JetBlue Burger King guy has become somewhat of an enigmatic meme figure, with many curious as to what led up to his tirade and what became of the man after the fact. What you might be surprised to find is that there's actually quite a bit of lore surrounding this incident and the man responsible for it, Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer, originally from California, is a man with something of a mysterious backstory. What's known about Brewer prior to the racist BK incident comes from his online postings and anecdotal statements from alleged family members. It's said that Ryan is a man who struggles with mental health and has experienced much instability in his adult life. To further paint a picture of Mr. Brewer, one can look at old videos from a now defunct YouTube channel created by the guy. Videos uploaded to Ryan's channel are bizarre to say the least, and certainly jive with the notion that this man isn't the most put together guy.
I was contemplating right now, I'm really fucking grumpy, and like the whole world is shit, and like, you know what the fucking reason is that you won't talk to me, Samantha? Because you're too fucking shallow.
As you can see, well, it talks anyway. Samantha. Another joke. Hey.
Can you feel that? Watching these videos, you sort of get the impression of a guy that has something of a chaotic and lonely life. Interestingly, it would be loneliness that would inadvertently create the racist Burger King incident on a JetBlue flight. According to a report by a Jamaican news publication called The Den, the reason for Ryan Brewer even boarding a plane in the first place was so that he could meet up with a woman in Jamaica that he had met online using Facebook. According to reports, Ryan would invest a small fortune in getting a plane ticket to Jamaica and traveled there after being told by the woman they would get married. According to The Den and sources at the airport, this woman also requested money from Brewer so that she could begin preparations for a wedding. So Ryan, apparently desperate for companionship, allegedly gives this woman $1,000, which proved to be a mistake. Yeah, as you might guess, the woman that he had talked to on Facebook, well, they took the money and never gave it back, and he had essentially been scammed in some sort of, honeypot scheme. There was no wedding. Ryan had been duped. After getting fleeced out of $1,000, Ryan found himself broke and essentially stuck in Jamaica. Stranded, Ryan slept on beaches for a couple of days and scrounged up whatever money he could to buy food from a nearby Burger King, which would be, of course, how he got his hands on the now infamous BK crown worn during the incident that we'll discuss shortly. After being stranded, heartbroken, and homeless for a few days in Jamaica, Ryan Brewer would eventually find his way to the United States Embassy, and there, government officials, feeling as if the man needed assistance, would in charitable fashion get him a plane ticket back to the United States. He was at his wit's end by this point, and compounded with his pre-existing mental health struggles, he was a powder keg on the verge of blowing. And that brings us to JetBlue Flight 1760, or the debut of racist Burger King. On October 20th of 2020, Ryan Brewer boarded JetBlue Flight 1760, service from Kingston, Jamaica to New York City. The man boarded the plane wearing the now infamous Burger King crown that he got while homeless in Jamaica. Ryan would begin to cause problems literally moments after boarding the plane. During the process of seating, Ryan would grow antagonistic towards a fellow passenger. The exact reason for this altercation starting is disputed, but reports say it had to do with the woman he was assigned to sit next to. A woman that apparently bore an uncanny resemblance to the Jamaican woman that allegedly scammed him days prior. The appearance of this woman seemingly triggered the man and sent the mentally unstable Brewer into a spiral of anger. This fit of rage involved Ryan spewing racist and vitriolic comments at the innocent woman that was sitting next to him. It's also interesting to note that during this altercation, Ryan Brewer claims that he has West African ancestry, so he says that, I guess, to sort of preface the fact that he's about to drop a bunch of N-bombs later in this situation.
Excuse me, I'm part West African. I can say anytime I want. Bye! Get that bitch off the plane!
Sir, please you need to stop. There are children. Please stop. Stop. Hey, that's not necessary.
Take your stuff and get out of my seat, please!
Let's just say the verdict on that West African claim is still out. A scuffle between the two would be had off camera, with Ryan later alleging that she kneed him in the chest during this little spat.
Call the f***ing police right now! I know you saw! She kneed me in the stomach!
Good. We're gonna contact them.
Thank you.
You need to... Here, can you
This
stand
is
up?
my seat!
Can you stand up?
Where is 25A? Where is 25A?
Sir, it's right there.
Why did she just knee me in the stomach?
Because you deserve it.
Yes, she did.
Because you deserve it.
Did you get that on camera?
You deserve it.
Now, Ryan would continue to become more enraged on this JetBlue flight to the point where he started screaming the N-word at the top of his lungs, and everyone at this point had their phones out recording.
Yeah, take your word on.
You know where I live? I'll give you my f***ing address. Come on, boy. You're a bunch of f***ing baddies. That's what you're, a bunch of Come on, boy. That's what you're, every fucking one of you.
As he started letting the N-word rip more and more, louder and louder, people actually started to get out of their seats and get physical with this guy. Many would stand up to confront Ryan, leading to an altercation between the man and a small group of passengers. The scuffle reportedly involved some pushing, shoving, and punches were also thrown at some point. Flight attendants would break up the brawl and detain Brewer back to his seat. Brewer, now under threat of being kicked off the plane, continued to verbally catapult a bombardment of slurs towards passengers. He would ignore anybody that tried to shut him up, and he would yell shit out like, "Who's next?" Challenging more people to come up and fight him. The guy was totally disorderly.
Who's next, mother? No, I'm not gonna stop. He's an asshole and he understands. Exactly. Who's next? You're done. You lost your bet. Who's next? You lost.
Jamaican police would eventually be notified, and Ryan Brewer would soon after be detained by police and escorted off of the plane. And for the time being, he would be stranded in Jamaica again. The footage of this bizarre incident would later be published to social media by those on the flight. And due to Ryan's appearance, him toting the Burger King hat and what he had to say on this flight, he sort of got the colloquial name of Racist Burger King. Many would sound off on social media, leaving comments chastising the man for his unacceptable racist comments. What they should have done is gone ahead and taken off and then had a tragic accident at 30,000 feet where the door mysteriously popped open and he fell out of it. Imagine everybody just saying fuck it and just throw bro off that motherfucker. Did he say that he has some West African and can say the N-word? That's some ballsy privilege with the Burger King crown on. These folks are exhausting. JetBlue would promptly respond to the incident, issuing their own comments to social media. "We have zero tolerance for racism or harassment, and after reviewing this customer's abhorrent racist behavior, we have determined he is no longer welcome to fly JetBlue." As for Ryan, what few actually realize is that there was a second incident involving Ryan Brewer on an airplane that occurred shortly after he was banned from JetBlue, as Ryan would attempt to return back to the United States on an American Airlines flight and get into another provocational incident. While this incident was nowhere near as egregious as the JetBlue one, there is footage showcasing the man disturbing a woman sitting in front of him, and apparently this altercation resulted in him being banned from American as well and sent back back to Jamaica for a second time.
Was I talking to him?
You're not supposed to use that word in general.
Don't say it then.
You don't say it, the fuck?
I'm gonna say whatever I want. It's called freedom of speech.
Not in this country.
Enemies of the state.
Not in
Well, in Jamaica, it's called freedom of expression. Excuse me when you swing your braids, please.
Okay.
You swing your braids all over. It's got COVID all over it. Don't swing your braids on me. Please don't swing your COVID all over me.
Not even moving.
Don't swing your COVID on me, you man.
I'm sitting right here.
Don't swing your COVID on me.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
The fact that Ryan is still wearing the Burger King crown in the second video has led many to speculate that he became aware of his status as an infamous viral meme and was essentially sort of trying to play into it. But it's impossible to confirm. What's actually kind of crazy about Ryan Brewer is that I cannot find any concrete proof that he ever actually made it back to the United States. While I can't really see a scenario where Ryan is still in Jamaica, hell, if the trend continued with him being banned from airlines back to back, I mean, it is theoretically possible that he's just like living on a beach somewhere. While Ryan's whereabouts these days remain a mystery, what's clear is that the racist tirade he delivered will live on in infamy as people continue to post memes about this years later. What all began as a man allegedly getting scammed in Jamaica, that was the story of the JetBlue Burger King. Before our next story, a brief message from today's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by Keeps, and to begin the ad, let's look at my hair from some old videos back in 2020. Yeah, as you can see, your boy was losing hair and losing it fast. I didn't want to go bald, so I decided to do something about my hair loss and got started with Keeps, and the results have been pretty insane. Here's me at 6 months after starting Keeps, a year after starting, 2 years after starting, nearly 3 years after starting, and then there's me right now. And if I'm being honest with you guys, if I never got started on Keeps, I'm pretty sure the situation up here would be a bit more dire. Keeps offers generic versions of the 2 FDA-approved hair loss products at a can't-beat price, and best of all, you skip the trip to the doctor's office and pharmacy. Keeps will set you up with a prescriber online and ship your prescription right to your front door, and in 4 to 6 months, you should start seeing results. Look, I stand by Keeps. I've been using this stuff for most of my YouTube career at this point. If I never started it, I'm afraid I would probably be half bald, but yeah. If you're a guy out there that's having some anxiety about hair loss, there's no better time than now to start Keeps. Hair loss stops with Keeps. You can go to keeps.com/wavy to take advantage of their special offer or click the link in the description. Easily the most disgusting air rage incident on this list involves a man airdropping an entire plane a photo of his cock and balls. The story all begins on June of 2022 on a Southwest Airlines flight from Detroit to Denver. A woman named Mackenzie would receive an airdrop request from an unknown contact on the flight. Not thinking much of this request, she accepted it and was horrified to find that somebody on this plane had sent them a photo of their genitalia. Disturbed, violated, and feeling sexually harassed, Mackenzie did her best to keep her cool in the moment. She wanted to expose this sick freak that sent the material, so she kept cool and did some detective work, kind of looking around to see if she could find somebody that fit the bill of somebody that, you know, would send a dick pic to random people on a plane. And that's when her gaze fixed on a passenger sitting directly across the aisle from her. A bald, overweight, middle-aged man who was suspiciously operating an iPad. The man looking up from the tablet every now and then at other plane riders, almost as if he was like checking the reaction of people, if you know what I'm saying. Feeling as if this man was the dick pic perpetrator, she confronted him, asking if he was the one responsible for sending the penis airdrop. And bafflingly enough, the man, who identified himself as Larry, would candidly admit to sending the photo to her, and he would further explain that he sent it to several other people on this plane as a funny joke.
Meet Larry, who just airdropped a whole flight photos of his pee-pee. Thankfully, I accepted it, saw who was sending it, and immediately started speaking up.
Mackenzie was sickened and infuriated by this response. She started chastising and putting Larry on blast in front of everyone, exposing him for what he did. Flight attendants took note of the unfolding confrontation, and around this time, Mackenzie would begin recording video of it with her phone. This video showcases just how disgusted the woman was in the moment.
Disgusting. It is assault.
And you can also kind of gauge the passengers and flight attendants' reactions to this creep as well. Initially feeling as if sending these unappreciated dick pics was no big deal, Larry would eventually issue a half-hearted apology after a lot of pushback from those on board. But I say half-hearted because Mackenzie would later report that after initiating this apology, the man would go right back onto his tablet, and Mackenzie claims he was like looking and pulling up pictures of his dick and, you know, just ingratiating himself in this content still.
We look at Larry's iPad. It's been like 2 minutes, and he's looking at the pictures again on his iPad. There's a child,
Has done. I would have jumped off the plane mid-flight. He looked so casual and relaxed. In addition to being arrested, Larry now found himself under investigation by various internet sleuths, who promptly dug up social media associated with him to roast him personally. 50 Shades of Way says, this disgusting piece of shit Lawrence Martin said he was having a little fun when asked why he sent dick pics to everyone on the plane. It's no wonder he's divorced. They arrested his dirty ass after the flight, and he deserves to be on a sex offender registry. The user attaches some not so flattering images of the man. In the wake of Mackenzie's viral video showcasing the incident, Southwest Airlines put out this statement. We can confirm that this unfortunate incident occurred on a recent flight from Detroit to Denver. Our flight attendants immediately addressed the situation, and the crew requested local law enforcement officers to meet the flight upon arrival, which they did and subsequently apprehended the individual responsible. Southwest Airlines maintains zero tolerance for this obscene and unacceptable behavior, and we offer our sincere apologies to the other customers on board. While I'm unable to ascertain the specifics regarding Larry's charges, I would imagine a public indecency, and considering that there were children on this flight, I wouldn't be surprised if he got hit with something like sending indecent material to the underage. Whatever the case, it's fortunate that this sick individual got put on blast publicly, and hopefully other airlines take notice of what he's capable of. Easily the most notorious air rage incident in recent memory, it's time to talk about the "that MFer is not real" lady. If you've spent any amount of time on the internet in the last year, you are likely very familiar with this bizarre video.
the reason why I'm getting the fuck off in everyone. You either believe it or you cannot believe it. I don't give two fucks, but I am telling you right now, that motherfucker back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can fucking die with him or not. I'm not going to.
While most know the now infamous line uttered by this woman, few are actually aware of the entire timeline of events and the massive rabbit hole surrounding this incident. So what caused the "that motherfucker is not real" incident, and who is the woman behind it? What led up to all of this? And what happened to her? And who exactly is the motherfucker that this enigmatic woman is telling that they're not real? This story all begins on July 2nd of 2023 as American Airlines Flight 1009 is preparing to take off from Texas en route to Florida. As the plane was beginning the takeoff process and leaving the terminal, passengers began to notice a peculiar woman near the back of the plane experiencing a sort of episode of sorts. A bit of a perplexing confrontation was breaking out. A frantic and paranoia-stricken looking woman began raising her voice towards a male passenger near her seat who was apparently minding his own business. The woman was going on about how she felt unsafe and that everyone else on this flight was unsafe as well, and something bad was about to happen. Despite nothing out of the ordinary taking place, the spectacle continues to escalate, and the woman seems to become even more frightened as the plane starts taxiing forward.
State. Redistributing resistance.
So the moment the plane starts moving, this woman just kind of goes batshit. The woman starts screaming for the plane to stop and demands to be let off immediately. When another passenger attempts to calm her down, she reportedly shoved this individual. And yeah, at this point several passengers had pulled out their phones and they were filming this lady losing. Flight attendants unsuccessfully try to calm her down as she speaks in a cryptic fashion, issuing these vague remarks about the flight being unsafe.
Fuck off this plane.
Which in turn made everyone else on the flight feel kind of worried because, you know, they start asking themselves like, hey, wait a minute. Is this woman crazy or is she actually on to something? Like, is there something that we need to know about here? According to a report from the legendary comedian Carrot Top, who just so happened to have been on this plane sitting in first class. Yes, you can't make this shit up. This woman caused the plane to have to taxi back to the terminal and she was then removed.
Funny about it was when someone during the 8-hour layover because of this woman, we were all sitting in Dallas and one of the people on the plane had videotaped it, so they came over and said, do you want to, I said, what, you have the tape? Give me, oh my God, I want to like post it and just say, you know, but before it became this thing, it wasn't huge yet. It was just this little thing. And I said, you know, I was going to make the fireworks, but I'm not going to now because of some nut job lost their mind on the plane, so I'm going to miss the fireworks. And then it became beyond national news. But when I sent it to my friend, the video, first thing he says is, you're in coach? I'm like, no, I'm not.
And it would be when the woman was walking off the plane to the terminal that the now infamous line regarding MFers not being real was delivered. He points to a man at the back of the plane, says that motherfucker is not real, and that everybody on board was in serious danger.
But I am telling you right now, that motherfucker back there is not real.
A recording showcasing the incident briefly pans to the direction of the alleged not real MFer, and when the camera turns, all one sees is a collection of seemingly normal passengers. After issuing her ominous warning, the American Airlines Flight 1009 Doomsayer would finally deplane. There would be a moment of peace. Because of the uneasiness caused by this woman's tirade, the entire flight was deplaned as well, as the plane had to be swept for any potential abnormalities or threats. Nothing was found and the flight was later deemed safe for takeoff. Meanwhile, the crazy plane lady was inside the airport being interviewed by security. And even while off the plane, the lady still expressed concern that the flight wasn't safe and she was worried that people were going to die. She insisted that the MFer who wasn't real had sinister plans in store for all on board. Video recorded inside of the airport terminal showcases the plane lady saying that the airport should not let the flight leave because it's going to blow up.
I want to know what happens to this flight right here. Great. I don't ever want to fly with you ever again. Let that flight leave.
Clear the impact zone.
Being dead serious. Do not let that flight leave. Do not let that flight leave. That flight's not going to make it through.
Let's go.
I'm going to. Oh yeah, until y'all see that fight blow up.
Okay.
This statement in particular made security and airport staff quite uneasy, and as a result of this woman's actions, the flight to Orlando was delayed for a total of 3 hours. Needless to say, this woman was not allowed back on though. Body cam footage shows additional bits of the aftermath of the plane lady incident. Officers would go on to interview the man who was initially shoved on the plane by the plane lady.
No, it's okay. Oh, yeah, she just pushing me like, why you are the part of the, I don't know who's talking in the phone. So I was just sitting right here, and she just got me. Did she send me something before that? No.
And the plane lady herself would later be confronted outside of the airport as she was waiting for an Uber. When confronted, she got argumentative towards these officers, stating that she was too small to do any damage to the guy that she pushed.
I'm 5'2". Wait, hold on. I'm 5'2", 120 pounds. 5'2", 120 pounds.
Yeah, so the gentleman is not one of your press charges, okay? So regardless, he's not one of your.
Hey, can I hurt you? I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
What you said.
I'll tell you.
Just listen to the officer.
Should I hurt you?
So it's that thing said.
Exactly.
She didn't appear to feel like she had done anything wrong, but in all honesty, she's like out of this. She wasn't arrested or charged with any crimes and would be let go, and for the time being, the plane lady incident was resolved, but the story is far from over, as those on the flight would later go on to upload the bizarre crazy plane lady footage to TikTok, Twitter, and other social media platforms. Thanks to the woman's disturbing outbursts and eyebrow-raising claims of a MFer on the flight not being real, it was an instant viral hit. I mean, admittedly, the video is very strange. Like, on the surface, it's your classic crazy Karen-style video, but as you watch it more and more, there's like different layers that are almost unsettling to it. It seems like something else is at play here. Like, maybe she's actually the sane one and everyone else was crazy. Like, what did she really see on that flight? Was there a lizard people or something? Did she see through the Matrix? Is she Neo? Like, what's going on here? Media outlets would latch onto this viral story, portraying the woman in it as a paranoid schizophrenic of sorts who was convinced that she saw some sort of monster that wasn't there on the plane. It wouldn't be long before the nickname Crazy Plane Lady or That MFer Is Not Real Lady was all over the place. Conspiracy theorists would join in as well, creating explanations for what exactly she saw. Was it a shapeshifter, an alien, or something else supernatural? Perhaps the plane lady was a government psyop or some sort of demonic entity. Hell, if you spent 5 minutes on TikTok, you'd be convinced that the woman was possessed by the devil. Look at that, you can see she's clearly holding up the Baphomet demon symbol, dude. The possibilities for what she could have saw were endless, and a lot out there thought this was like the big enchilada for seeing through the fourth wall of the universe. The plane lady was just the tip of the iceberg. We're about to discover, like, you know, Stranger Things interdimensional beings here. Some YouTube comments under the video: in some years, we owe her an apology. Mark my word. People are hating on this lady. It's very obvious she is scared. She is scared for her life. Person or not, she saw something traumatizing, even if she hallucinated. Imagine having a gut feeling the plane wouldn't land. Imagine knowing that you were not safe, that that person was going to do something. People need to have some empathy because there was clearly something happening to this poor girl. Keep in mind, she went through TSA. They would have stopped her if she had drugs. She saw a shapeshifter. As people scrambled to find answers in regard to what was going on with the crazy plane lady, some who were allegedly on the same flight as her would come forward with stories attempting to further contextualize the event. One alleged passenger, who goes by the name MLeeRN on TikTok, would post a clip reporting various details from the confrontation involving the plane lady.
Okay, so for everybody who has seen the viral video of the crazy lady that got kicked off the American Airlines flight yesterday going from DFW to Orlando, I just kind of wanted to clear up some things because there's a lot of people that have a lot of questions.
It's important to note that this individual's statements cannot be treated as fact, and we should certainly handle them with a grain of salt in mind. This is just some random person who claims to have been on the flight's perspective of what happened.
This woman boarded the plane. We left the terminal, and we were pulling out onto the runway, fixing to take off. And all of a sudden, so this lady had been drinking prior to getting on the plane, evidently. Some people said they seen her at the bar next to the terminal. She was sitting in her seat, and I guess she had a pair of AirPods, and they said she had them in her hand, and then within seconds, we don't know if she pocketed them or where she put them. She misplaced them somehow, and she started yelling at the guy next to her, who of course is African American, and saying that he stole her AirPods.
According to MLeeRN, the plane lady dispute initially began as a result of the woman losing an AirPod and becoming paranoid that a man sitting next to her had stolen it. The TikToker would also explain that the MFer who was not real that the plane lady was referring to was the flight attendant that initially responded to the altercation.
Oh, and I've heard a lot of questions, people wondering who she was saying didn't exist. The person she was saying did not exist was the flight attendant who originally was dealing with the complaint whenever she started yelling and screaming about the guy supposedly stealing her AirPods.
Now let's entertain the hypothetical that this TikTok lady was in fact on the plane and that her claim is true about the first flight attendant to come in contact with the plane lady was the MFer who is not real. If that's the case, then I believe that the MFer who is not real is this flight attendant right here. As out of all the footage that I've seen of the incident, it appears that he was the first flight attendant to make contact with her. So yeah, for those of you wondering, that could be the MFer who is not real. We don't know for sure. One of the more strange elements to this story is the fact that despite the plane lady being a globally popular meme of sorts, the crazy plane lady's identity remained a complete mystery for quite some time. The woman's name wouldn't be discovered until early August, almost 2 months after the MFer is not real incident. The crazy plane lady would eventually be identified as 39-year-old Tiffany Gomez, a marketing industry worker and real estate agent from Dallas, Texas. Shortly after her name was made public, Tiffany would finally come forward and issue a statement to the internet and the media. This statement came in the form of an apology video that was published to Twitter. In this apology, the woman took accountability for her behavior and apologized for her use of profanity. She also apologized to the passengers on board and got a bit emotional at times during this speech.
Hi everyone, it's me, Tiffany Gomez, probably better known as the Crazy Plane Lady, which is completely warranted. As you know, I have been unwilling to speak on the viral video, but I do finally feel that it's time. First and foremost, I want to take full accountability for my actions. They were completely unacceptable. Distressed or not, I should have been in control of my emotions, and that was not the case. My use of profanity was completely unnecessary, and I want to apologize to everyone on that plane, especially those that had children aboard. Can imagine going through that and trying to explain to your kid what in the world just happened.
Battlefield medicine.
We all have our bad moments, some far worse than others, and mine happened to be caught on camera for the whole world to see multiple times. Sorry.
And she also said that she enjoyed some of the memes that came out of the situation.
Well, it has been really comical for everyone, and I have highly enjoyed so many of the memes. On the flip side, it is very invasive and unkind. And I don't know what I would do without the love and support of my friends and family.
While it was good to hear from the plane lady herself, the burning question that everyone had wanted Tiffany to explain was what exactly she saw on the plane and why exactly was she so upset about it. Who was the motherfucker that wasn't real? I mean, come on, you gotta explain it, right? Her vagueness regarding the matter in the Twitter video fueled more conspiracies. Some suggested that she was being coached to keep quiet on what had happened and that she was under threat by government bodies or the deep state. Others had more rational explanations, like, you know, maybe she's being advised by legal counsel to not be too specific because she doesn't want to, like, inadvertently cause damages to anyone on the plane. And of course, there were people suggesting that she may have had a psychiatric illness and the MFer is not real incident was essentially a lapse or exacerbation in her illness. And, you know, she's kind of trying to tap dance around this in a way, not having to say like, guys, I had a mental breakdown, because you know, that's almost like TMI. Like, she doesn't have to do that if that's the case. I don't know if she has a mental illness, but that's just like kind of my thoughts. Another theory I've seen floating around speculates that given Tiffany had experience in marketing, her freak out was some sort of scheme to become a viral influencer. And I mean, I guess if you're like a fucking idiot, this is a good theory, but like I can think of 10,000 better ways to approach being an influencer than this. Like, yeah, dude, everyone thought I was literally insane for 2 months. Totally the best way to become famous online. I totally want it to happen that way. Shortly after issuing her apology, Tiffany would be spotted at an airport by paparazzi. There she would participate in a brief interview in which the interviewer asked what exactly she saw. Tiffany in return would answer that she had been told that she can't comment on it at the moment, but she did plan to speak further in the future. The only details that she really gives here is that she was distressed at the moment and really felt like she needed to get off the plane.
Like, what was the reason that you wanted to
to get off so bad?
Again, can't speak on that right now, but I was distressed and I was getting off the plane no matter what. I just probably didn't need to make the scene that I made.
Right.
But I was getting off that plane.
Since coming out public, Tiffany continues to speak in a limited capacity regarding her incident. In my opinion, the woman is likely being instructed by PR and legal professionals to keep somewhat hushed on the matter to limit her exposure and potential civil lawsuits. What initially began as the nightmare for the plane lady has become somewhat of a boon for Tiffany Gomez, as the internet has been quite accepting of her since she came forward, with the woman now boasting quite the large following on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Following so large that they are likely monetizable. And again, no, I don't think she did this on purpose to get famous online. I think it's just like a side effect of all of it. It also appears Tiffany has collaborated with Barstool Sports to make some That MFer is Not Real merchandise. And speaking of Barstool, Tiffany somewhat recently went on Barstool's Pardon My Take podcast. And for the first time ever, she would answer the question of what exactly she saw, or who wasn't real. And I do the little quote thing because in the answer, she said that she saw absolutely nothing, and that when she said that MFer is not real, she was essentially referring to somebody on the plane that wasn't being real with her. Like, I guess the person she had a confrontation with, she was saying that they were being fake or bullshitting her.
Can I ask again what you saw?
Yeah. You know, the reason why I probably haven't come out yet, because it's like so cringe, I did not see anything.
What?
I mean, I think y'all knew that.
Okay. We honestly had no idea.
No, I did not. The media.
You said this motherfucker's not real.
I said that motherfucker.
I mean, the body language doesn't really line up, but sure, Tiffany. I think there will be a day when we do get the full story regarding what exactly was going on with Tiffany Gomez on this flight. Personally, in my opinion, just looking at everything surrounding this case and the videos, just off of my layman's opinion, like, I'm not a psychiatrist, I'm not a psychologist, I am a registered nurse, but I have no experience in diagnosing anybody's mental problems. But this does kind of seem like she had some sort of lapse, a delusion, maybe a bipolar manic episode. That's what it looks like to me. But who the fuck knows? One day, I hope Tiffany will come forward and explain what she saw in honesty. And, but for now, we're just gonna have to wait and find out. So that is the story of Tiffany Gomez, the That Motherfucker Is Not Real lady. When an air rage incident occurs after takeoff, there's limited options for subduing a potential aggressor. I mean, really, what are flight attendants to do in a situation where you got a fucking crazy passenger that's throwing bows? After all, you're thousands of feet up in the air, and a plane is not like a cruise ship. There's no brig or drunk tank to throw hooligans in. But fear not, there is a way to subdue dangerous passengers on a plane, thanks to the creative efforts of flight attendants over the years. Many videos have gone viral showcasing the tactic that flight attendants use. Which brings us to the cases of duct tape passengers. On late Saturday night, July 31st of 2021, 22-year-old Maxwell Berry of Norwalk, Ohio, boarded the Frontier Airlines Flight 2289 from Philadelphia to Miami. While on this flight, Mr. Maxwell reportedly partaked in a few alcoholic beverages. At some point during this flight, the drunken man reportedly began getting a bit unruly, cursing at other passengers. The guy was causing problems on this flight, and whenever people started criticizing him, he reportedly said that he had rich parents and could do whatever he wanted to. A real piece of work here.
My parents are reported in goddamn valley. And you know what? You fucking yeah. You know what? My grandma is reported.
Leader, only the
Maxwell
last one
continued being
standing ever
disrespectful to
leaves
flight
the arena.
attendants, demanding
The match
beverages
caused
despite
7
being
acts
cut
before
off.
us.
The unruly
It's the
man at one
bloodthirsty
point went to the
executioner
bathroom and
that
emerged
survived
shirtless.
countless battles
Apparently
to
he
the
had spilled
death.
a drink on himself when he was in there and thought it was appropriate to just come out, half naked. And for the most part, flight attendants, despite the rudeness of this man, they were keeping their cool. Hell, they even reportedly went into his luggage and helped him try to find a new shirt. But apparently Maxwell was taking the kindness shown by these flight attendants as weakness, and it's been alleged that he tried to make some unwanted sexual advances towards them. At one point, Maxwell allegedly groped the breast of a flight attendant, who then ordered Maxwell to stop and sit down immediately. A male flight attendant would see the slight and become somewhat agitated himself, approaching Maxwell and aggressively telling him to calm down. And this resulted in Max allegedly punching the flight attendant in the face. Naturally, this was the straw that broke the camel's back, and all the flight attendants moved in to subdue this individual. As I mentioned earlier, there's no place that you can really securely store this guy on the plane. So what they did was bust out the duct tape and start wrapping Maxwell up, essentially, confining him to his seat. They began wrapping Max up like a mummy as other passengers watched and laughed at his expense. The man yelled and squirmed, begging people to help him, but no one was willing to move a finger for this asshole. People pulled out their phones, filmed the guy, and Max spent the rest of this flight wrapped up in tape.
This man got the right dentist, that's all I'm gonna say. Dentist is on point.
When the flight landed in Miami, Maxwell was arrested and charged with 3 misdemeanor counts of assault. The Association of Flight Attendants had this comment regarding the situation, quote, "A drunk and irate passenger verbally, physically, and sexually assaulted multiple members of the crew. When he refused to comply after multiple attempts to de-escalate, the crew was forced to restrain the passenger with the tools available to them on board. We are supporting the crew." And I know there might be that one guy out there that's like, well, wrapping him up in duct tape, that's a little bit much, isn't it? Nah, fam, you can't be groping flight attendants' breasts, punching dudes in the face. If there's nowhere to put this guy, your ass is getting wrapped up, bro. An interesting side note to this story is that Maxwell Berry was a recent graduate from Ohio Wesleyan University, where he was the recipient of the Action Award from his Greek community. And from what I understand, this award was given to people that were a part of the college community that broke the mold of Greek life stereotypes in college. So basically, they gave it to him because he wasn't like a stereotypical frat douchebag. Well, considering the behavior showcased on this flight, they might want to reconsider giving him that. The university would comment on the situation as well. Ohio Wesleyan is saddened to learn of this situation with one of our graduates. The case does not involve the university, and the incidents depicted do not reflect Ohio Wesleyan's values. In May of 2022, Maxwell Berry would eventually plead guilty and was sentenced to serve 60 days in jail with 1 year of supervised probation. He was also ordered to pay $500 in fines and $1,500 in restitution to his victims. The man later issued statements claiming he took responsibility for his actions and he would apologize to all involved. Another infamous duct tape incident caught on camera involves what some might describe as a crazy Karen. On July 6th of 2021, on American Airlines Flight 1774 from Dallas to Charlotte, North Carolina, a female passenger had a complete meltdown, standing up from her seat mid-flight, and she began screaming that she needed to get off immediately. The woman would barrel through the aisles, banging on doors around the plane, and continuously muttering about how she needed to escape. The erratic woman was scaring people on the flight, so flight attendants charged her. When attempting to detain the erratic woman, she allegedly bit one of the flight attendants. But despite the woman chomping about, they were eventually able to detain her. They managed to get her in handcuffs on the plane, but just as she got cuffed, she had a second wind of energy and started going on another rampage. While handcuffed, the woman managed to bite, spit at, headbutt, and kick at various airline attendants. Eventually, though, they would tire this woman out and manage to get her back in a chair, and that's when they busted out the tape and started wrapping her ass up. And these flight attendants went to the next level, wrapping not only her torso area, but also taping her mouth off. Footage later uploaded to the internet would show video of this deranged woman screaming with duct tape on her mouth.
How they doing? Thank you. People. You are people.
Once this flight landed, the woman was immediately taken to the hospital for evaluation. From what I understand, this woman was never given any criminal charges. It appears that maybe this was more or less a mental break. But she was fined. In the wake of the incident, the duct tape woman was fined $81,950 by the Federal Aviation Administration. To this day, the woman's identity remains anonymous. And with those two stories explained, I hope it's now clear to you that if you mess with flight attendants, your ass is gonna get wrapped up. One of the more controversial practices engaged in by airlines that has become more prominently known in recent years is the process of overbooking flights. It's somewhat standard in the airline industry for companies to sell more tickets for a single flight than there are actually physical seats available. This is done to account for the fact that statistically each flight will have a passenger or two that don't show up. So airlines take advantage of this and sell an extra ticket or two per flight to basically maximize their profits. But what happens in these statistical anomaly situations where literally everyone who bought a ticket shows up for the flight? Yeah, now you're in a situation where there's not enough seats to go around and somebody has to be compelled to get off of the flight, essentially being screwed by the airline for doing absolutely nothing wrong. One of the most viral pieces of air rage footage occurred from a situation like this. It's one that many of you are familiar with. It happened in 2017 and involved a doctor being dragged off of a flight after being brutally beaten by airline security. This is the controversial story of Dr. David Dow. This story begins on April 9th of 2017 on United Airlines flight 3411. Just minutes before the plane was to depart, airline employees boarded the flight to break some bad news to passengers. They were asking for passengers to volunteer themselves to deplane as the flight was overbooked. They had sold more tickets than seats that they actually had available. They had to have a couple of extra seats for flight attendants, and well, they didn't have the seats that they needed to take off, basically. Initially, passengers on this flight were confused by the request. They likely thought, how can a flight even sell more tickets than are possibly available? That just didn't make much sense to them. And they're right about that. It is stupid. Nobody was budging, nobody was getting up volunteering themselves. As airline workers began to realize no volunteers were stepping up, they added in some incentives to the deal. A $400 travel voucher, a hotel stay, and a seat on a flight leaving 21 hours later was offered to anyone who would voluntarily give up their seat at this point. But they had no takers. Negotiations continued to escalate, with now a $800 travel voucher being offered for anyone who would volunteer to get off. But again, no passengers felt like it was worth it, and to be honest, most of them were outraged at the notion entirely. It almost became a matter of principle for these individuals to stay seated. But this standoff couldn't last forever. With no passengers volunteering themselves to deplane, the airline decided to pick 3 people at random and remove them from the flight against their will. 2 of the passengers selected complied with directions given to them and did deplane the aircraft. However, there was another that just wasn't having it. That was 69-year-old Vietnamese Chinese American David Dow. David Dow, a medical doctor, was from Elizabethtown, Kentucky, and was a former folk musician that turned to medicine. Dr. Dow was a pulmonologist and had patients that he needed to see the following day. And because he had these patients, he wasn't going to be able to miss this flight. He had to be there. At least that's what he thought. A totally valid reason for not wanting to get off of this thing. When approached by airline staff, David would not listen to any reason from them, and United was forced to take drastic measures to get him off, calling the Chicago Department of Aviation Security. The man was confronted by a small army of security, and at this point, knowing something was about to pop off, passengers pulled out their cell phones and began recording video. Video recordings show Dr. David Dow surrounded by security on his phone, apparently on the phone with United Airlines corporate to plead his case to them. The phone negotiations apparently went nowhere, and after giving Dr. Dow some time, seeing that he wasn't going to move, that's when security tries to go in and forcefully eject him from this plane, and it just gets ugly for all involved. When security was trying to get a hold of the man, Dr. David Dow struck his head against the armrest and was bloodied up and bruised as a result of this. He was dragged out of his seat and dragged down the aisle by security. Those who had witnessed this bizarre confrontation even claimed that it looked like the doctor had lost consciousness after being roughed up by security.
Can't they rent a car for the pilots and have them drive? Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my!
From the getting extremely distressed by the incident and decided to deplane as a result of it. Adding to the disgust of the passengers, some have reported that the officers responsible for pulling him off were laughing shortly after the incident. And this entire confrontation isn't even over yet. As just when United thought they had gotten everyone off the plane that they needed to, out of nowhere, Dr. David Dow rushed his way back onto the plane with blood pouring out of his mouth, repeatedly saying that I have to go home and, quote, just kill me.
I have to go home. I have to go home.
He suffered a broken nose, loss of his 2 front teeth, and a significant concussion. According to the man's lawyer, these injuries required reconstructive surgery. This footage would soon after be published to the internet and almost instantly go viral, as many news outlets would report on the mishandling of the situation by United. It wouldn't be long before the majority of the criticism online would be pointed straight at the airline for not only the violence, but the ridiculous proposal of asking passengers to deplane due to workers not having seats because the airline overbooked it. A lot of folks felt like this was a selfish move on the part of the airlines, and the violent aftermath was simply the cherry on top that led to the criticism being put in the spotlight. Some online even argued that Dr. Dow was targeted because of his race. Mainland Chinese and Vietnamese citizens began to boycott United Airlines as the hashtag Chinese Lives Matter was invoked. The price of United Airlines stock also dropped the following days, showing how much this incident had affected them. Many online were posting about how they were canceling their United Airlines flights and would refuse to use them in the future. This situation had become a complete disaster for United Airlines and inadvertently exposed the entire airline industry for this overbooking shit. But despite all of this backlash, it didn't immediately look like United even felt bad about what had happened. On April 10th of 2017, in an email to employees, United CEO Oscar Munoz applauded and defended his crew's actions, proclaiming that the passenger was disruptive and belligerent. However, this tone would change a bit when Oscar spoke publicly. Oscar, who described the man's actions as belligerent in private statements, while he was going around saying that what happened to Dr. Dow was horrifying in public statements. Quality CEO right there, guys. The pinnacle of integrity. The airline would later apologize to David Dow for what had happened, and the CEO would take full responsibility and personally apologize, promising that the company would do better.
What did you think when you saw that video of a man being dragged off of one of your planes?
It's not so much what I thought, it's what I felt. Probably the word ashamed comes to mind. You know, as I think about our business and our people, the first thing I think is important to say is to apologize to Dr. Dow, his family, the passengers on that flight, our customers, our employees. That is not who our family at United is. And you saw us at a bad moment. And this will never happen again.
Horrified, shocked, and sickened by what had happened, but they remained hopeful in his recovery.
What happened to my dad should have never happened to any human being, regardless of the circumstance. We were horrified and shocked and sickened to learn what had happened to him and to see what had happened to him.
Now, it probably comes at no surprise to you guys that there was going to be a civil lawsuit component to this situation, and you might be pleased to find that a settlement was reached that reportedly favored Dr. Dow. On April 27th, Dr. Dow and United Airlines reached a confidential settlement. The exact figures of what was exchanged isn't publicly known. However, one of the terms that was released publicly was an agreement within the settlement that stated Dr. Dow would not sue the city of Chicago, as the city was somewhat responsible for the security that ended up beating his ass up. In the wake of this, United Airlines would announce 10 policy changes, which included raising the maximum amount of travel vouchers up to $10,000 and a $1,500 no questions asked fee for permanently lost luggage, as well as promising to reduce overbooking. Despite them trying to avoid any repercussions, this incident would have some impact on the Chicago Aviation Police. On June 29th of 2017, the Chicago Department of Aviation Police were decertified, and the agency was no longer a police agency and were now officially regarded as nothing more than a security force. And finally, to wrap things up, we get to Dr. David Dow's first public appearance following this, an appearance that didn't occur until 2 years after. 2 years following the incident, David Dow would do an interview with ABC News. In the interview, he spoke about the footage, relaying that every time he watched it, he just cried.
Have you watched the video?
Later.
What's that like to watch?
I just cry.
You can hear you screaming in pain.
I don't know, I just cry.
When asked how he handled the attention and scrutiny, Dow claimed that he didn't handle it well at all and stayed in his home for months at a time, feeling depressed.
How did you handle all of that attention?
Get the point, I have to hide.
Could you go to work? Could you leave the house?
No. I stay for months in the house.
The man would later go on to say that he was pleased with the changes that the airline made and that he had forgiven the company for their past action.
The most important
When an anonymous Reddit post warning of a potential at-large serial killer was published to the community subreddit for a city in Kentucky, most thought the claim was the writings of an unserious internet troll trying to spook locals. Nobody knew it at the time, but this post would contribute to a full-on police investigation that would end in a deadly standoff with the killer.
And you're having a shootout with the police?
Yes, ma'am. I am not surrendering. I am going to die.
Drop the gun! Do it now!
Drop the gun!
Just months prior to that case, a mass shooter was on the loose after hitting a prominent university. Police were totally clueless as to his whereabouts. That was until one simple Reddit post blew the case wide open.
The man had also posted on Reddit before going to police, saying he saw the suspect walking in the area.
Today we'll be discussing two harrowing stories that unfolded very recently, involving serious crimes being solved thanks to unsettling Reddit posts. We begin with the Louisville serial killer case. This twisted saga begins December 21st, 2025 on the r/Louisville subreddit. A Reddit user going by DPHTripAlt would submit a post titled Possible Serial Killer in Louisville. The ominously titled submission contained the following text. So my friend is in Louisville Metro Police Department, and he said that he overheard detectives from the homicide unit talk about multiple killings of unhoused people near the I-65 interstate. And they were saying how the killer supposedly drew a symbol near the bodies. Can we get more information about this, please? We need to know for sure. It seemed this individual had the inside scoop on some sort of on-the-loose spree killer that police were building a case on. Pretty serious stuff, but what was odd about this claim is that nobody in the local area that used this Reddit seemed to have heard any peep about homeless people getting killed at the time. And if it were multiple victims combined with the creepy symbol being found, you'd think that a news report would be out about it if that was really happening. Many Louisville-based residents in the replies doubted the claim, with some outright accusing the poster of trolling or fear-mongering. Some Reddit replies: contact the Coalition of the Homeless, any of the shelters, or the actual police to see if this is true. This is more spreading fear and false information than anything. I also haven't seen anything on the news about homeless being killed. OP is trolling and he's banned in other subs for it. And finally, we end with this comment: lay off the drugs, so tired of seeing fear-mongering posts. It is to note that the drugs that embarrass Shake314 is accusing OP of taking here, it was Benadryl. DPH Trip Alt, the person who posted this public advisory about the alleged homeless killings, had little post history on Reddit at the time. But what post history they did have seemed to almost always pertain to themselves tripping on Benadryl, which explains their Reddit username. DPH is short for the generic version of Benadryl, diphenhydramine. So you've got some crackpot guy high off of Benadryl posting to Reddit about a Louisville Zodiac killer of sorts. I mean, is the sky blue? Nothing to see here, right? DPH Trip Alt's warning to the public was disregarded as the ramblings of a madman by the subreddit. But doing due diligence, some would forward the post to the local police. The Louisville Metro Police Department was actually made aware of DPH Trip's Reddit post the same day it was submitted, and it seemed the Louisville Redditors had nothing to worry about. Police reviewed this post and disregarded its contents. As well, they had no active investigation within their homicide department that resembled anything the Redditor had described. No attacks on the homeless, no killings near Interstate 65, no strange symbols. But that was quickly about to change. 4 days later, on Christmas Day 2025 in Louisville, Kentucky, a homeless man was walking down the street near the 2500 block at Crittenden Drive. This area is host to an Interstate 65 overpass and railroad tracks lined with interspersed wooded areas, making it a hotspot for homeless encampments. The man was reportedly headed to such an encampment when he was suddenly ambushed from behind by a shadowy assailant. The homeless man was stabbed during the attack, but would thankfully survive and later contacted the police over the matter after getting to safety. Footage of the incident was reportedly captured via street surveillance. This recording revealed the attacker was a white male with brown hair wearing a black jacket, a backpack, and brown pants. The individual fled the scene of the stabbing on an electric scooter. Things only get crazier from here. The very next morning at around 10 a.m., now 5 days after the Reddit post, another far more distressing report would come in. Louisville Metro Police would have another homeless assault case on their hands, but this time, a death was involved. On the morning of the 26th, the body of homeless man Michael Howard was discovered in a wooded area near the aforementioned 2500 block at Crittenden Drive, close to the I-65 overpass and railroad tracks. Michael's body was found covered in a blanket that, when lifted up, revealed Louisville was dealing with no ordinary violent criminal. Michael Howard's corpse was severely mutilated. There were numerous lacerations and stab wounds, but the most grotesque finding was that Michael's genitals, along with 8 of his toes, had been cut off. 7 of these toes were found near his body, while 1 was curiously missing. And even more disturbingly, strange symbols were carved into the man's body. Now, where else did we hear about homeless people being killed and strange symbols being involved? Well, you can look no further than DPH Trip Alt's Reddit post for something like that. The only problem is that this Redditor's post came before Michael's murder and the other homeless attack. Now that's very interesting. Was it possible that instead of being a simple fear-mongering internet troll, that DPH Trip Alt was something more sinister? Before we explore this, I want to thank ZocDoc for making today's video possible. Finding a healthcare provider can be a stressful process, and I think we can all relate to a time where we went in blind to a doctor that we found off of a Google search. Today's sponsor, ZocDoc, can help you out here. ZocDoc is a free website that helps you search through providers in your area and make a more informed decision about who you see. The best part about ZocDoc, in my opinion, well, you avoid the phone calls and secretaries, and you can book an appointment right there on the site. Useful filters will allow you to see if providers accept your insurance, and you can also filter by distance and providers who have been rated by verified patients.
Usually with ZocDoc, you can find an appointment that's anywhere between 24 and 72 hours out, but in some cases they have day of appointments that you can book. ZocDoc has over 100,000 providers in their network, and they cover the specialties too, which is great for if you just have like a one-off issue. Say you have a rash on your skin but don't have a dermatologist, ZocDoc makes it easy to find one quickly. So stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/WavyWebSurf to book an appointment today. The link's also in the description.
In regard to the killings, police were quick to pick up on a pattern. Michael Howard was determined to have been killed in the early morning hours of Christmas Eve. The other homeless guy was stabbed on Christmas Day. Someone appeared to be going on a spree. They were pretty confident from the jump that both attacks were from the same person. At first, officers had no lead, but that would change as the strange nature of the attacks spread around the city's law enforcement communities. Some officers in the department heard of the new murder case and spoke up about issues and calls they had gotten regarding an individual harassing homeless people in the area. An individual often described as being a younger white male wearing tactical or military surplus style clothing that often rode a scooter. One officer, intrigued by the burgeoning homeless killer case, recalled an incident back in June of 2025 where he responded to investigate a traffic accident, and when at the scene had an encounter with an individual who fit the unusual running description of the suspect. Detectives were able to pull body cam footage from that particular traffic incident recalled by the officer, which led to them discovering the name of this, so to speak, person of interest. That individual was 24-year-old Michael Christoph. This guy apparently lived on the 700 block of West Whitney Avenue in Louisville, which was just about 7 miles away from where the grisly murder of Michael Howard took place. Doing a bit more digging, they found other police interactions with this Michael Christoph individual. One recorded interaction on body cam involved Michael himself getting in an electric scooter accident. Guy wearing a bunch of gear on an electric scooter, that sounds awfully familiar, doesn't it? In addition to the circumstantial similarities of the guy attacking homeless people and Christoph, LMPD discovered that federal law enforcement had previously investigated Christoph for making online threats, the nature of which I'm not exactly sure, but the fact that he was looked into before certainly helps their case here. So at this point, Michael seemed like a good person of interest, but looking suspect and being previously investigated isn't enough to get you arrested in the United States. But you can bet it's enough for law enforcement to start tapping your cell phone and pulling small business surveillance footage, creating a detailed map of everywhere you've moved in the city for the last couple of weeks. This is exactly what police did, and what they found was that Michael Christoph had traveled the exact route and visited the same locations that both homeless victims had been attacked on Christmas Eve and Christmas morning. Given recent developments, detectives working on the Christoph case were reminded of the strange Reddit post that they were tipped off to prior to all of this taking place. You know, the one by Reddit user DPH_alt that warned of a person killing homeless people around Interstate 65 and carving symbols. Yeah, the Reddit post that was submitted before anything like that had even happened. Given that essentially the exact crime warned by DPH_alt had actually come to fruition, they thought it wise to subpoena Reddit to potentially get information about the person behind this account. Such a request would be granted, and what police got was the IP address behind the DPH_alt account, and that IP was associated with, you guessed it, the on-record home address of Michael Christoph. The Whitney Avenue house. He was living there with his mom. Yep, barring the possibility that DPH_alt was hacked or the account was made to spoof Michael's IP, it did appear that DPH_alt and Michael were one and the same. I do want to emphasize that investigators have only gone as far as saying that the IP address behind the DPH Reddit post is associated with Michael's home. So it could technically be possible that someone else in the house was DPH_alt, but I find that highly unlikely. The obvious implication from law enforcement is that Michael posted as DPH, and this was a premeditated confession of sorts. But again, the DPH-Michael connection is only alleged. The Louisville Metro Police Department had everything they needed at this point to make a real move on Michael. They showed all of their evidence to a judge and were granted a search warrant on his home. On March 7, 2026, while covertly surveilling Hristov's residence, they spotted him leaving his house on his scooter. Now remember, they didn't have an arrest warrant, only one for searching. So what they did was they stopped him and actually confiscated the scooter. They then go inside the house and seize his backpack and some electronic devices. Again, I have to emphasize Michael wasn't arrested on this visit, but investigators were confident that something would turn up in forensic analysis that would give them a full-blown arrest warrant. And boy, would they find some incriminating shit in the coming weeks during their look into his electronics and assets. Firstly, it was found that Michael had a fascination with mass shooters and serial killers. He apparently posted online about torturing animals and had expressed the desire to hunt homeless people. Not looking good, but it gets worse. When searching an iCloud account belonging to Michael, they found a photo of a severed toe that authorities believed was the final missing one from the scene of Michael Howard's murder. In addition to this, material from his backpack was sent off to a lab for DNA trace testing, and analysis revealed that Michael Howard's blood was present on the bag. The evidence was now no longer just circumstantial, it was direct and concrete. Hristov was indicted by a grand jury on May 13, 2026 on charges of murder, abuse of a corpse, and assault in the first degree. Now all officers needed to do was make the arrest, but Michael wasn't going down without a fight. On May 14, 2026, members of the LMPD were staked out at Hristov's residence on Whitney Street. At some point, his mom left the property to run errands and was covertly intercepted by police and taken to safety, informed of what was happening. Then, with the house empty of everyone except for Michael, at 1 p.m., law enforcement deployed their SWAT unit. And almost immediately into the raid, Michael made it clear he knew they were coming. The guy was garbed head to toe in tactical body armor and was armed with a 6-hour P320 compact medium handgun, and he had over 150 rounds of ammo at the ready. Body cam footage shows SWAT officers attempting to gain access into the house as Michael barricades himself inside and fires off rounds as they approach. Keep in mind that all of this started with a Reddit post.
Just come on out, man. We'll figure it out. We'll explain it to you, bud. Just come on out. Why? Because we have a warrant. What? You.
Shots continue to ring out as SWAT teams send in chemical agents to counter Michael.
Yeah, see where he shot the window?
I just heard the gun cock again.
What do you say?
Hey, yeah, send it now.
One of the most bizarre moments from this raid is this scene recorded by a remote-controlled drone that was sent in by the SWAT. The drone records its own demise. As you'll see, Michael rather skillfully shoots it down from his basement holdout. Eventually, the raid morphs into more of a standoff, with both sides ceasing fire, weighing their options and calculating next moves. During this lull in activity, Michael makes a call to 911 dispatchers and lets police know what would happen if they kept pursuing him.
911 operator Miller, where is your emergency?
Yeah, so I'm being swatted at my residence. My name is Michael Hristov. I'm having a shootout with the SWAT team of your department. I am not surrendering. I am going to die.
What's your name?
Michael Hristov.
And you're having a shootout with the police?
Yes, ma'am. You are going forward. The old order is forward. The new order is going from the ashes of the Christ system. I am not here to kill SWAT officers. I'm here to shoplift.
You're not
I
here.
will not.
Wait, say that again?
I am not shooting at SWAT officers. I am here to be shot by.
Michael would make good on his promise, as not long after making this call, he goes out to the front doorway of his home and puts a gun to his head. After multiple frantic requests from officers ordering him to drop the weapon, one agent, fearing Michael was about to turn the gun on them, shoots the deranged killer, finally marking an end to this insane confrontation.
Drop the gun! Do it now! Drop the gun! Drop the gun! Shot.
Ambulances arrived and Michael was pronounced dead at the scene. Following his demise, police did a final sweep of the house, finding what has been described as Nazi paraphernalia and tactical gear, but nothing new of note was discovered. Michael's mother, Tracy Christoph, would speak out to the media a few days after Michael was killed by the police. She toured media around her now ransacked home and just seemed totally blindsided by the situation.
It just sounds so bad, and it just, you know, and it's not who my son is, and I know it's completely me.
It seems like Michael kept his strange proclivities quite the secret. While Christoph may be dead, the LMPD's investigation into his activities continues, and for good reasons. Allow me to remind you that the DPH trip-alt post to Reddit warning about a serial killer targeting the homeless was submitted to the Louisville subreddit on December 21st, 2025. Michael's earliest known attack allegedly took place on December 24th, 2025. The thought by LMPD here is that Michael Christoph may have attacked more than just the two homeless individuals that we know about, and they're actively turning over every stone possible to find out if the man had additional victims that simply haven't been discovered yet. So the case remains very much still active, and the true scale of his sinister activities remains uncertain. Now, of course, the big question that naturally comes about with a killer like Michael is why? Why did he do this? The guy never wrote a manifesto or explicitly stated why he wanted to kill homeless people, but there's a lot you can infer from what is known about his online activities. Michael reportedly frequently researched and idolized mass killers and allegedly had a history of torturing animals. The guy clearly had a fixation with violence, and with a person like him, I really do think it's no deeper than that he wanted to kill people and thought he could get away with it if they were homeless. Oh, and another thing, if Michael Christoph and DPH trip-alt were actually the same person, it could be inferred that Christoph was something of a drug abuser and frequently would trip on Benadryl. Looking at DPH Trip's Reddit history, it appears the user was driven to psychosis by their frequent Benadryl abuse. Here's a post from him. The guy's brain was totally fried. Quote, I haven't slept in 3 days because sleep is a government frequency. They put tiny cameras in the snowflakes, then melt them in order to get rid of the evidence. DPH makes you see. You see it's bad at that. Drug-induced psychosis combined with a pre-existing fascination with violence and animal torture, you've got everything in the recipe book to make a killer. And that was the story of the DPH trip-alt Reddit post and Michael Christoph.
Breaking news in Rhode Island, Brown University says there's been a shooting on campus. The suspect is not in custody.
The previous story involved a disturbing Reddit post and an individual victimizing homeless people. Our next case flips this entire concept on its head. It involves a reportedly homeless Redditor cracking the case of an at-large mass killer, doing so with one alarming and impactful Reddit post. This is the story of how Reddit user Lamin Correa helped police find an on-the-run school shooter.
A person police refer to as John had several encounters with the suspect before the Brown attack.
On December 13, 2025, at around 4:10 p.m. at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island, a masked man dressed in all black snuck into the School of Engineering building. The stranger entered a classroom as students were taking an exam and subsequently pulls out a gun and fires 40 rounds at the defenseless test takers. The shooter swiftly exits the building, hurriedly walking towards the darkly ironically named Hope Street. Altogether, 11 students were shot in this unprovoked show of violence, 2 of which were pronounced dead shortly after the attack. Those students being 18-year-old Mohammed Aziz Amurzakov and 19-year-old Ella Cook. The killer was on the loose, and nobody had any idea as to his whereabouts. The entire university began to panic, as many believed he was still lurking around and would return for subsequent attacks. Adding to the confusion of the situation, the university would send out text alerts during the crisis containing false information. One alert claimed that the shooter had been apprehended, but this was an incorrect report, and a follow-up message had to be sent out affirming that he was still very much at large. It became clear the situation was completely out of control and extremely dangerous. Hundreds of law enforcement officers responded to the shooting, including FBI agents, ATF, Rhode Island State Police, and the local Providence Police as well. But despite all of these eyes and guns, nobody had captured or even spotted the suspect. Checking cameras around the area, law enforcement obtained security footage of what appeared to be the shooter. This grainy piece of footage was the sole piece of visual evidence investigators had at the time of the at-large criminal. Not much to go off of, and cops were shit out of luck when it came to getting additional angles. The school had no other visuals of the guy in their cameras, and surrounding the college was all private neighborhoods, thus the area lacked much in terms of video surveillance that police could immediately directly tap into. With the shooter of 11 people still running amok and unaccounted for, law enforcement put out a desperate plea for help to the local community. Police and the mayor of Providence publicly urged nearby residents of the college to check their home doorbell cameras for any signs of suspicious individuals, offering a $50,000 reward for any information that could help them identify or track down the Brown University shooter. The community showed up in a big way, submitting images to law enforcement that helped better visualize the shooter's movements. With the man being identified walking towards the campus, passing people on the streets, there was even footage of him calmly leaving the scene of his crime in the minutes following it. But again, the problem remained. Nobody knew where the hell this guy was now or anything about him other than that he apparently was a mildly overweight dude with a mask wearing black clothing. Pictures and video of the guy walking around wasn't going to cut it. If only there was somebody out there that had picked up something the cameras hadn't. 3 days after the shooting, at around 4:20 p.m., on the Providence, Rhode Island subreddit, Reddit user Tired College Student creates a thread titled FBI Poster Released. It contained a flyer published by the FBI containing a collection of grainy images of the suspect and information about how to contact the agency. The thread was flooded with activity, some grieving victims, others venting anger, and some proposing places to look for the perp. But one submission to this thread stood out more than all the rest. An eyewitness chimed in. It was a comment submitted by Reddit user Lamin Carre, who would later become publicly known simply as John. John claimed they had a strange encounter with the man shown in the FBI flyer in the time shortly before the Brown University attack. Quote, "I'm being dead serious. The police need to look into a gray Nissan with Florida plates, possibly a rental. That was the car he was driving. It was parked in front of the little shack behind the Rhode Island Historical Society on the Cook Street side. I know because he used his key fob to open the car, approached it, and then something prompted him to back away. When he backed away, he relocked the car. I found that so odd, so when he circled the block, I approached the car. That is when I saw the Florida plates. He was parked in the section between the gate of the RIHS and the corner of Cook and George Street," unquote. So you have this anonymous Redditor claiming they had not only seen the killer around the time of his attack, but is providing new unreleased information. The shooter apparently drove a gray Nissan with Florida plates, an extremely unique detail. John's post immediately gets traction and users of the subreddit start replying, cross-referencing his story with the available video footage of the killer's movements. One poster writes, "I think you're onto something. As he's walking on Benevolent away from Cook and towards Hope, he glances back twice down Cook Street in the direction of where that car would be parked. He then doubles back towards Cook, stands at the Benevolent and Cook intersection facing George Street, and pretends to look at the RIHS sign where he likely could see his car." To which John would reply, Thank you, and respectfully, I know I am. There was nothing subtle about the way he retreated from his car, and I'm glad I approached and saw the Florida license plate. I only regret not taking a photo of the license plate. I only had my iPad on me as I had lost my phone on public transportation. Ironically, on that very evening, I was on my way to Verizon to suspend the line for a month as my phone had yet to be turned in. I was making my way back up the hill when I heard the first sirens. Fully confident that what he saw was tangible evidence that could lead to the killer, and encouraged by other Redditors, John would submit his testimony to the FBI, confirming with the post, quote, "I contacted the FBI." Others would call the FBI office as well, providing the tidbit of information: gray Nissan, Florida plates. And here's where things get even crazier in regard to this Redditor. What you have to know is that John's Reddit submission isn't even the only effort that he made in regard to stopping the Brown University shooter. He had made a real-world intervention prior to this on the day of the attack. He sort of vaguely references this in his post, but he did more than what was disclosed. On December 16, 2025, the FBI Tip Command Center officially received notice and reviewed the tip submitted by John and found it significant. And upon reviewing the limited surveillance footage available, investigators did in fact identify a gray Nissan sedan that appeared consistent with the make and model that was described in the Reddit post. And get this, that Redditor who posted about this could purportedly be seen in surveillance footage from that day. Police actually put out an image of this person as they were seeking an interview with them. So John got off Reddit and visited the cops in person. At the police station, he told them a story of a run-in with a suspicious person in the bathroom at the Barris Hawley building at Brown University. He described how a person there was wearing clothes that were, quote, inappropriate and inadequate for the wintry New England weather. So John followed this guy outside, which led to what has been described as a game of cat and mouse that ended with John confronting the suspect, saying, quote, "Why are you harassing me?" unquote. And he said, "Why are you, quote, circling the block?" And the man allegedly replied, "I don't know you from anybody," unquote. Yeah, bro, John sniffed the shooter out before the attack had even happened and tried to intervene off bad vibes alone. When wrapping up his interaction with detectives, they showed him unreleased footage that had the gray Nissan in it. And John reportedly replied, quote, "Holy shit, that might be it." He would provide an update to fellow Redditors later on the 17th, elaborating on his meeting with the detectives. The following is all I will say regarding the matter. This evening I spoke to Providence Police, the Rhode Island State Police, and I imagine the FBI were listening in another room. They know who I am. I am not the individual posted in recent rounds of photos. I wish that individual Godspeed, and if they have yet to come forward, I strongly encourage them to do so. All the law enforcement personnel that I interacted with today were extremely professional and worked hard to really put me at ease. Respectfully, I have said all I have to say on the matter to the right people. If any follow-up is needed, the right people know how to reach out to me. Though it is certainly your right to try, any news media attempting to reach out to me will not receive a response. This is a pseudo PSA, and my participation in the comments will be limited to upvoting reasonable takes. Thank you for the time, and let's hope the person of interest is apprehended soon so the authorities can get to the bottom of this. Hopefully you all are able to enjoy the holidays with your family and loved ones, but if you are not, may the following days treat you kindly. It was undeniable that John's witness testimony submitted to Reddit and the detectives was taken very seriously by those trying to solve the crime. But what he didn't realize at the time was that it's mostly thanks to him that police were able to solve this case at all. Thanks to the Redditor's tip, police managed to trace the gray Nissan to a car rental agency in Massachusetts. There, detectives were able to obtain surveillance footage of the suspect unmasked inside of the rental business, the man's general description matching the previous images that they had from Brown University. They also managed to get their hands on a copy of his car rental agreement, which identified the Brown University shooting suspect as 48-year-old Claudio Manuel Neves Valente, a Portuguese national who had been living in the States for many years at this point.
And that person led us to the car, which led us to the name, which led us to the photographs of that individual renting the car, which matched the clothing of our shooter here in Providence, that matched the satchel that we see here in Providence.
The identification of the vehicle and further backtracing of his whereabouts also shockingly revealed something else, that Claudio had actually killed someone else after leaving the Brown University shooting scene. After leaving the scene in his gray Nissan, Claudio traveled to Brookline, Massachusetts, and murdered physics professor Nuno F.G. Loureiro. The only thing connecting these two individuals is that Claudio and the professor studied with one another back at a college in Portugal in the early 2000s. The reason for killing the guy almost 25 years later, we have no idea. You might be thinking, oh, maybe Claudio shot up Brown in an effort to kill the professor, and maybe he just got really unlucky and that guy wasn't working on the day of the attack, so he had to go up to Massachusetts and finish the job. Well, that doesn't make any sense because that professor didn't even work at Brown, he worked at MIT. The reason for Claudio targeting Brown University? That still remains something of a mystery. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, so police identified the suspect and were hot on his trail. In the search for Claudio's whereabouts, they found that he had rented a storage unit in Salem, New Hampshire, near the border with Massachusetts. The U.S. Attorney's Office and investigators suspected the man had fled there shortly after the murder of the MIT professor and was there hiding. Police obtained a search warrant for the storage property and made a move. SWAT arrived at the destination expecting some sort of violent standoff, but in almost anticlimactic fashion, they discovered Claudio's body lying next to a storage unit that he had rented. The cause of death, a self-inflicted gunshot wound. An autopsy would purportedly find that Claudio had been dead for almost 2 days, meaning that he had likely murdered the old professor associate of his and then went straight to the storage locker to end his life. On his person, authorities found a satchel containing 2 firearms, but the more interesting items were inside of the storage unit. Within the unit, detectives recovered an electronic device, allegedly containing a series of short videos filmed by Claudio sometime after the shooting. Authorities don't describe these videos as a manifesto, statement, or motive, just more so commentary from the guy about what he did. While we don't have access to these recordings, the videos are described as the man explaining that he had been planning the attack for at least 6 semesters, and he actually intended it to be bigger than it was, saying that he chickened out multiple times. The man also reportedly said that he had no apologies for his actions, quoted as saying, "If you don't like it, tough luck." But the most notable admission in the context of this video is reportedly in the recordings, Claudio actually makes reference to the Redditor who had been suspicious of him prior to the crime. A purported quote from the recording: "I was actually confronted. I never thought it would take them so long to find me." Claudio's reign of terror was over, and while many were grieving the victims of his madness, others were showing gratitude to the Redditor who helped bring some semblance of closure to this case. Law enforcement openly stated that the Redditor would likely be eligible for the $50,000 reward. Quote, "It would be logical to think that absolutely that individual would be entitled to that," a special agent for the case said. Despite the fanfare surrounding him, John continues to remain anonymous. Reports claim that the Redditor was homeless at the time of his original post. It's also said that he was a 2010 alumni of Brown University and intermittently worked at the school as a janitor. Considering his close ties to the community, apparent financial struggles, and of course the fact that he helped crack the case wide open, Providence locals did what they could to help the guy outside of a potential $50K FBI payout, of course. Owners of a local cafe called Ceremony, which is located just 2 blocks from where the shooting took place, set up a GoFundMe for the Redditor. The funds are intended to support John in the following ways: providing him stable housing, including deposits, rent, and other costs tied to securing a permanent place to live, urgent dental care, taking care of student loan debt, providing everyday essentials, and job readiness costs such as clothing, classes, and training materials. As of today, the GoFundMe has raised $22,340 of the $50,000 goal. On April 6, 2026, an update was posted stating that John had secured an apartment for himself. A silver lining to an otherwise completely tragic story, that was how a purportedly homeless Redditor helped police find an at-large mass killer. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. I tried to not do the thing where people make these Reddit videos and they just take some fucking post from r/creepy where there's no crime or anything that's like actually real happening. and try to make a whole video about it like it's this disturbing act that took place. Bro, this guy confessed to killing his wife on Reddit and it's just a creepypasta. Don't you hate videos like that? Anyways, let me quit talking shit. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comment section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
For your
You might be surprised to know that some of the internet's most shocking and disturbing videos actually come from Facebook. Yes, this boomer tier dinosaur of a social media site houses some of the internet's most unhinged posters, and it's only gotten worse with the rise of Facebook Live. From users live streaming themselves running from police, to Joker impersonators charged with issuing terroristic threats, and wanted criminals busted while flexing live, I'd like for you all to join me as we explore the psychotic world of Facebook video and live streams.
Stand straight. Position ready to begin. Starting the shift.
Before we begin, I have to address something extremely important. It's about this watch that I've been wearing in videos for the last year or so. A watch by Holzkern, today's sponsor. Holzkern makes specialized watches and jewelry for both men and women using natural materials such as wood and stones. As a result, they've got some extremely unique pieces. I've actually been paid to promote Holzkern once before, but I've just been kind of wearing their product ever since because I liked it so much. Like, I wear this out in my day-to-day life literally every day. I wanted to get something new in rotation with this stainless steel watch, so I had Holzkern send me a black watch, more specifically the Black Vulture watch, made from ash gray brushed stainless steel, and it has a leadwood band. It's a beautiful piece, and I'm excited to wear it out in future videos here on the channel. Holzkern, in addition to watches, has some sharp-looking accessories as well, like this Supremum ring. It's made of marble and stainless steel. Holzkern was kind enough to send me both variations of the ring, so I can pair it with each of the watches that I have now. I've got plenty of compliments from my Holzkern swag in the past, and I'm looking forward to receiving even more. So if you're looking for a new piece, crafted in small batches, will last you a good while, and has a 2-year warranty all with it, Holzkern is the place to check out. Holzkern offers free express worldwide shipping from beautiful Vienna, and custom fees are on them. Products typically will arrive in 2 to 5 business days. You guys can go to holzkern.com/wavywebsurf and use code WAVY at checkout to get 10% off store-wide.
Yeah, we're goddamn live, bruh.
Facebook Live has seen many perpetrators streaming their own vehicular escape attempts from police, but few will ever top the case of Ryan Stiles, a man who went on a rampage from behind the wheel of a Jeep Cherokee, driving onto a public occupied beach and sending beachgoers running for their lives. In Clearwater, Florida, a 27-year-old man named Ryan Stiles, who worked as an arborist in Tampa, was dealing with some legal issues. On May 27, 2017, he had been arrested for allegedly drunkenly assaulting a police officer and was facing jail time. Shortly after his arrest, this man would actually be bailed out by a woman who he was renting a room from, bailing him out under the promise that he would stay out of trouble in the future. Obviously, that's not what happens. Yet tensions would grow when the woman found out Stiles had still been driving with a revoked license, and on July 20th of 2017, she had threatened to rescind his bail if he didn't go see the public defender. This seemingly put Stiles into a mental tailspin. The guy had a lot of anger issues, and at the time he felt like the walls were closing in on him and that he was about to go back to jail. After getting out of jail, Stiles seemingly snaps. It's at this moment that he decides to pack up all of his things and load them into his Jeep Cherokee. He would then upload a video claiming that he was going to crash his vehicle into a police cruiser. And if he wasn't able to do that, he's going to crash his car into the Clearwater Police building. In his own words, he described this violent plan as his one last hurrah.
This last hurrah would be a crazed and drunken rampage that put many lives in danger. Styles began his violent speeding venture at US 19 and Gulf to Bay Boulevard and sped down a Clearwater beach while chugging Canadian Mist whiskey, all while running over chairs and umbrellas and screaming curse words at horrified beachgoers who were fleeing for their lives. People were scrambling to avoid the frenzied and inebriated driver. During all of this, Ryan Styles was actually live streaming the whole thing. At around 4:30 p.m., dispatchers were getting calls from people around the country that were viewing this Facebook Live.
We're gonna die tonight, guys. We're gonna goddamn die. Woo! We're gonna die, bro. Oh shit! Protect each other. Oh shit, man! Goddamn! Woo!
The chaotic live stream lasted for around 5 minutes in total. Officers keen to stop the rampaging man set out to catch him. They first made contact with him at South Myrtle Avenue and Court Street and were unsuccessful in trying to stop him there. Styles continued over the Memorial Causeway right onto a public beach, with officers remaining in pursuit, following him onto the sand at Papaya Street just north of the Hilton Clearwater Beach Resort and Spa. He was driving on an occupied beach full of people who were desperately jumping out of the way of this maniac. Reports say that near the end of the chase, Styles found himself cornered at Tallahassee Island by authorities and basically had to make a decision: drive his vehicle into the water or surrender right then and there. Luckily for officers, he did the latter and submitted to the police and was arrested and charged with a DUI, driving with a suspended license, reckless driving, fleeing and eluding, hit and run with property damage, felony criminal mischief, and threatening a public servant. Miraculously, no one was injured during this disastrous event. Many were able to narrowly avoid the man's out-of-control vehicle just by jumping and, tumbling out of the way. One almost victim was a woman and her baby who was in a playpen, and she just happened to move the pin out of the way at the right time. As for the Facebook live stream, in one night it went from 3,000 views to 42,000 views and 500 shares, and the YouTube re-upload has over 68,000 views. This dude was quite cantankerous even when behind bars. While still arrested and in a holding cell, Styles actually used his belt to shatter a door's glass window, and at some point it's reported that he even tried to lure officers into some sort of trap. He would later go on to say that while he was driving on the beach, he stuck close to the sand dunes and blared his horn because he didn't want to kill anybody, and that his actual intentions were to end his life by either crashing his Jeep into the officers or by getting shot by their weapons. But I was hoping it was going to end a lot differently. My intentions were to take my own life. When asked why he live streamed the incident, he told reporters that he wanted to show friends and family that his life wasn't as nice as it seemed on social media. So I guess you could say it was like a cry for help. But I mean, dog, there's so many other ways that you could have gone about doing that. You could have just gotten fucking therapy, dude. I wanted to show the world that I'm not as perfect as everyone thinks I am. I'm just a troubled man trying to keep myself together. He added that he deeply regretted his actions, too. In September of 2017, Styles pled guilty to the charges of fleeing and eluding criminal mischief, DUI, drinking with a revoked or suspended license, reckless driving, and leaving the scene of a crash involving property damage, and was sentenced to 13 months in prison. As of the present day, it seems that Ryan is out of jail and working again as an arborist, and he actually has his own business in Tampa, Florida. So good for him. Hopefully he stays off the beaches.
The reason I have your attention is to end the epidemic of opiate addiction and heroin overdoses, which are plaguing our society. It's a leading killer in people under 50 years of age. Cold shock resuscitation can save a life.
With the rise of mass shootings, law enforcement has adopted a no-nonsense policy when it comes to online threats, regarding gun violence in particular. It's now easier than ever to get thrown in jail because of comments that you post to the internet. Facebook is home to many threats, but one of the strangest came from a man wearing full-on Joker makeup and costume. This is the story of Jeremy, aka Cloudy the Clown. Meet 50-year-old Jeremy Garnier from University City, Missouri. Jeremy had quite a few run-ins with the law during his younger years. He is a convicted felon who had been arrested in the 1980s for robbing a credit union to support a crack habit. Addiction caused turmoil in his life for some time, but eventually the man got clean and lived life on a straight and narrow path. In recent years, Jeremy has turned his focus to entertainment, becoming a musician, battle rapper, and performance artist, creating a character known as Cloudy the Clown. As this clown, he would dress up in zany and crazy costumes with Joker-style makeup and walk around the city of St. Louis attempting to entertain.
Hi, how you doing, ladies and gentlemen? You know what time it is. Cloudy the Clown up in this bitch. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna log out of here. We're gonna log out there. We're gonna log in here. And we're gonna go that's what we're gonna do.
He claimed to be doing this bizarre Joker act for clout and internet fame, but also had the goal of spreading awareness about the opioid epidemic and how drugs can ruin your life, something that he had experienced firsthand in the past with crack.
Yes, I am that bored. And you know what I'm doing, though. 420. Raising awareness of opiate addiction and heroin. One live feed at a time. Say yes, I'm doing clout. Yes, I'm doing for attention. But the future is money.
Please direction, leader.
The opiates aren't cool. Heroin.
While he was quite an eccentric and unnerving figure, Jeremy and his Cloudy the Clown persona seemed harmless and well-meaning on the surface. But a live stream published shortly before the pandemic in 2020 had police questioning this man's intentions. Trouble would begin in March of 2020 when Jeremy live-streamed himself from his house while dressed up as Heath Ledger's version of the Joker from The Dark Knight. Alongside his anti-opioid spiel, he would say a few things on this Facebook live stream that had folks raising eyebrows. For example, in the beginning of his stream, Jeremy seems to suggest that he is going to go on a killing spree.
I'm gonna start killing people until this reaches 1,000. And once it reaches 1,000, I'm gonna go out in public.
Jeremy also gives a nod to the Dark Knight movie theater mass shooting that happened in Aurora, Colorado back in 2012.
We're not gonna go any movie theaters, and we're gonna go totally unarmed because we don't wanna alert the authorities into thinking that we might be on an actual rampage. Because there are those of you that would like to see at the Galleria.
It was just a bit, and he was there to entertain.
I'm something similar to a psychotic. I got a neurotic twitch.
Who asked if he had made any violent threats, to which Jeremy denied. He was then asked to leave the premises and promptly complied. So a seemingly frustrated Jeremy gets back in his car, starts driving off, and boots up a Facebook Live to blow off some steam. In this broadcast, he told his viewers that he was going to find out who reported him to the cops, and that he was going to find the reporter's IP address and hang out with him, because he had no intentions of hurting anybody.
That's right. Because it's gonna be traced. Their IP address. And then I'm gonna show up, and then I'm gonna turn out. Yeah, baby, we're gonna party all night. We're gonna dance like there's no tomorrow. I'm trying to raise the awareness of opiate addiction, which is plaguing our society.
It would become more and more obvious with time that Jeremy's whole bit was just a gag, a edgy Heath Ledger Joker parody. But we must remember, the cops, they don't play around with this kind of stuff, dude. You remember the Minecraft threat guy, right? Later in the aforementioned live stream, Jeremy enters a restaurant called the Blueberry Hill, which is located in St. Louis, Missouri. Jeremy then proceeded to show his viewers the pictures and collections that the restaurant had on display, while also talking to viewers about how the opioid crisis was causing many to die, urging those watching not to do drugs.
But the reason I have your attention is to end the epidemic of opiate addiction and heroin plaguing our society. It's a leading killer in people under 50 years of age. Cold shock resuscitation can save a life. When you share this video, let them know that the Joker ain't joking around when it comes to serious addiction. You need to leave that stuff alone. Inspire the children not to do it.
After that, while in character, Jeremy of course jokes about killing people.
Sprite. Yeah, I don't drink alcohol. I can't be inebriated when I'm planning on, killing a bunch of people. It's not something you can do. I'm live on Facebook right now. I've got like nearly 2,000 people watching.
I guess it was at this moment that law enforcement decided Jeremy had issued his legal limits of threats in a 24-hour period and decided to sting his clown ass. Seconds later, while he was telling people at the bar about how he had been previously accosted by police earlier in the night, officers seemingly materialize out of nowhere, entering the establishment and approaching Jeremy, placing him under arrest and alleging him of making online threats.
Hi, Greg. That's wonderful. My keys. I was just at the Galleria Shopping Center. I walked in there with five SUV police officers and said, "We received warning." There they are right there. Warning that you were threatening to use an amount of arms and I will There's no weapons on me. I'm not gonna do nothing. You gotta be messed up. It's all good.
That's the one company of Blueberry Hill Special Line.
That would make someone.
Jeremy would be charged with a felony, with cops believing his allusions to violence being credible and actionable. The guy was arrested and jailed at one of the worst times imaginable too, as unfortunately for Jeremy, the already slow legal process had been slowed even further due to courts shutting down for COVID. Jeremy's future would be in limbo, though despite the turmoil with the courts caused by the pandemic, he managed to get out of jail in short time, as he would await the outcome of his charges thereafter. 2 years later, in January of 2022, his case was actually dismissed due to prosecution not being able to find a key witness for the grand jury. Yet, the very next day, it would strangely be reinstated after the state had found other means of pursuing Jeremy for his alleged threats. Jeremy was taken back into custody and was now being held on a $75,000 bail and was ordered to stay away from the Blueberry Hill restaurant by the court. He would spend a total of 5 months in jail. On September 16th of 2022, Jeremy was sentenced to 60 days in jail after pleading guilty to a misdemeanor charge of making a terroristic threat that had been reduced from a felony. Jeremy would say that he had never intended to make any sort of action or threat, but pled guilty so that he could avoid many more months in prison. Quote, "I was talking like the Joker. I was in character. Everybody knew that it was a joke and that I had no intentions of following through with the threat." Luckily for Jeremy, the 60 days in jail was declared time served, and he was allowed to leave and only given 2 years of probation.